Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. I just want to destroy the sect. Why did I defy heaven and become a god? Chapter 1. Buzz, buzz. The resounding sound of 9 loud bells echoed through the vast heaven sect. At this moment, people from all sides of the vast heaven sect hurriedly made their way to the vast heaven hall upon hearing the bell. Inside the vast heaven hall, countless people had already gathered. Among the many disciples, Chu Xinghe, who was an entry-level disciple, did not stand out. 3 months ago, Chu Xinghe unexpectedly arrived in this world. Before figuring out what this world was all about, he passed the sect assessment of the Vast Heaven sect and directly became a disciple. The Vast Heaven sect was the #1 sect in the Liang continent, sitting at the pinnacle for 400 years in terms of both strength and status. To become a disciple of the Vast Heaven sect was something that countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Just as Chu Xinghe sighed that he was about to embark on a remarkable path, something even more bewildering happened. A thing called the compass of misfortune inexplicably appeared in his mind. After some research, Chu Xinghe figured out what the compass of misfortune was all about. Simply put, the compass of misfortune contained various tasks that could be completed. As long as specific tasks were completed, one could obtain corresponding rewards. But just as Chu Xinghe was about to rejoice, he was stunned by the tasks inside the compass of misfortune. Destroy the Vast Heaven sect. Compass of misfortune rewards peak martial god cultivation. Make the Vast Heaven sect lose its position as the #1 sect. Compass of misfortune rewards peak martial emperor cultivation. Be expelled from the Vast Heaven sect. Compass of misfortune rewards peak martial emperor cultivation. After reading the tasks in the compass of misfortune, Chu Xinghe was completely shocked. This is a trap. All the tasks inside were related to the Vast Heaven sect. As long as he did anything detrimental to the Vast Heaven sect, he could instantly reach the peak of his life. Indeed, the compass of misfortune lived up to its reputation. Although it was harmful, Chu Xinghe was truly excited. While others would spend their whole lives trying to become a martial emperor, he could immediately obtain martial emperor cultivation just by being expelled from the sect. How thrilling! Learning is not easy, but once you go down the wrong path, it's hard to turn back. Vast Heaven sect is the top-ranked powerhouse in the world. Trying to destroy Vast Heaven sect. It seems more difficult than becoming a martial god directly, right? You want to dethrone Vast Heaven sect from its position as the #1 sect in the world. Just by yourself, a small fry. Don't be ridiculous. But being expelled from the sect isn't that simple. Chu Xinghe, what are you thinking? Did you remember what I told you earlier? Follow my instructions this time, and if you mess up, you won't have a good ending. Beside Chu Xinghe, a young man with a hooked nose spoke softly, giving Chu Xinghe a threatening look. His name was Chu Chang, and he was from the same village as Chu Xinghe. They were both selected to become disciples of Vast Heaven sect. 2 disciples from a small village were chosen to enter Vast Heaven sect, and when the village chief found out, he was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Both of them entered Vast Heaven sect together, but now Chu Chang had become a squad leader, and Chu Xinghe was also in Chu Chang's squad. And this time, it was because of their squad that the Hongzhong 9 strikes of Vast Heaven sect was happening. Half a month ago, the new disciples of Vast Heaven sect were divided into numerous squads for the initiation trial. Originally, this trial was just a formality to let the disciples get to know each other, and that would be the end of it. But no one expected that this seemingly safe trial would go wrong. 2 talented disciples in Chu Xinghe's squad received incorrect information and ended up in a dangerous place, where they both lost their lives. And these 2 disciples had previously been accepted as disciples by the elder. How could the elder let it go so easily? That's why today, with the Hongzhong 9 strikes, the elder wanted to personally find out who killed his disciples. I understand. Chu Xinghe glanced impatiently at Chu Chang. Shut your mouth. If you dare to say one more word, I'll break your arm again. Chu Chang threatened Chu Xinghe once more. During the trial, this guy had broken Chu Chang's arm because he relied on his higher cultivation level. Now, mentioning it again made Chu Xinghe grit his teeth in anger. This little brat had no idea who he was standing in front of. Just wait until the day I'm expelled from the sect, and you'll be the first one I chop. People from all sides of Vast Heaven sect gathered in the Vast Heaven hall. The elder, with a stern expression, walked out from among the many elders, his gaze coldly sweeping across the room. For 1,000 years, Vast Heaven Sect has stood as the #1 sect, with a glorious reputation in the hearts of martial artists as a sacred land. In these 400 years, our sect has produced countless geniuses, surpassing the past. Every disciple who can enter our Vast Heaven Sect is also an outstanding talent. However, in this new disciple trial, 2 of our sect's disciples were misled by a traitor and lost their lives. This is the first time in 400 years. The elder continued to speak with a pained expression. I have thoroughly investigated right and wrong, and today I have gathered everyone here to deal with this matter. No matter who plotted against them, I will not tolerate it. As the elder spoke, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Xinghe and his squad. The elder walked straight to Chu Xinghe's squad. Will you confess on your own, or shall I speak? The crowd trembled in fear, and Chu Xinghe could see that Chu Chengming beside him was trembling the most. Thinking that this guy seemed to have a bad relationship with those 2 people, could it be him? Just as Chu Xinghe was contemplating, the elder had already begun to inquire. The disciples who were questioned stuttered as they explained the details of the trial, but all they could say was that they truly didn't know who harmed others. The more the elder asked, the angrier he became. When he arrived in front of Chu Xinghe, the elder spoke again. If you confess now, considering your youthful ignorance, I will expel you from the Vast Heaven Sect. But if I find out on my own, your life will be in danger. Except for Chu Xinghe, the entire team looked terrified, and Chu Chengming over there looked like he was about to wet himself. But Chu Xinghe was so excited that he almost peed himself. Expelled from the sect. Is this a good thing? Has the opportunity finally come? The elder came in front of Chu Xinghe and asked him to explain what exactly happened during the trial. But just as the elder finished speaking, Chu Xinghe spoke up. Elder, there's no need to ask any more. It was me. This disciple knows the severity of his crimes and has no face to stay in the Vast Heaven Sect. I ask the elder to expel me from the sect as a severe punishment. When the team heard Chu Xinghe's words, they all froze in place, including the elder. Chu Xinghe was ecstatic, so ecstatic. Elder, please expel me from the sect. The peak of martial emperor is already within my grasp. But just as Chu Xinghe was imagining how he would roam freely as a martial emperor, the elder fell into silence. It's unclear how much time passed, but in Chu Xinghe's expectant gaze, the coldness on the elder's face suddenly disappeared, and he burst into laughter. He must have been confused. Next, he should be expelling himself from the sect. Chu Xinghe was filled with anticipation. Good, good, good. The elder said 3, good, in a row, leaving Chu Xinghe a little confused. Good child, how did you discover that those 2 were spies from the Shadow Demon Sect and lure them into a dangerous situation to kill them before they could cause trouble? Chu Xinghe, what the hell, spies from the Shadow Demon Sect? And I killed them before they could cause trouble. This isn't killing, this is setting me up. Then, in Chu Xinghe's bewildered state, the elder explained everything. It turned out that the 2 deceased were disciples sent by the Shadow Demon Sect to infiltrate the Vast Heaven Sect and cause chaos during the trial. They had a conspiracy, but they never expected to be led to their deaths by false information before they could carry out their plan. So Chu Xinghe, who had no idea what was going on, not only had no fault, but actually had merit. Looking at Chu Xinghe's bewildered expression, the elder patted his shoulder happily. After all, those 2 were disciples under the elder's tutelage. If something really happened to them, the elder would truly be held responsible. After finishing speaking, everyone around chimed in together, Tianyu Vast Heaven. The elder's joy grew even greater after hearing this. He immediately waved his hand and said, for Chu Xinghe's extermination of the spies from the Shadow Demon Sect, and for protecting our Vast Heaven Sect disciples, starting from today, Chu Xinghe will be promoted to an elite disciple. He will be rewarded with 10 spirit gathering pills and will join our sect to study. After the elder finished speaking, all the disciples from the other teams looked at Chu Xinghe with envy and jealousy. But only Chu Xinghe himself was dumbfounded. What is this? Can 10 spirit gathering pills make up for the loss of my peak martial emperor? Seeing the bewildered Chu Xinghe beside him, Chu Xinghe suddenly had a clever idea. Elder, I am not worthy. In fact, it was our captain, Chu Cheng, who first discovered the spies from the Shadow Demon Sect. I was just the executor. If we really want to reward someone, it should be the captain. I have deceived the elder, so I ask the elder to expel me from the sect. When Chu Xinghe said this, everyone was stunned, especially Chu Cheng, who couldn't believe it. He never expected that Chu Xinghe would transfer such a great achievement to him. But just as Chu Cheng was getting excited, the previously kind elder turned cold and said to Chu Cheng, "Your name is Chu Cheng, right?" "Yes. Today, I deliberately tested you all to see if you had the courage to stand up for yourselves. But as the captain of the team, you showed no responsibility. You didn't come to me immediately to admit everything. It's a disgrace to our vast heaven sect. Chu Xinghe is from the same hometown as you, and he was even willing to accept being expelled from the sect by me for the sake of hometown friendship. But you remained silent. Now, how can you claim credit?" Chu Cheng was dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe was also dumbfounded. "Pass on my order. Expel Chu Cheng from the inner sect of Vast Heaven Sect. From today onwards, he will become an outer sect disciple as a warning to others." Chu Cheng was taken away, and the elder once again regained his cheerful demeanor. He patted Chu Xinghe's shoulder and said, "Don't be arrogant when rewarded, and don't be startled when punished. Good child." With the elder's departure, the storm came to an end. Countless new disciples gathered around Chu Xinghe, congratulating him for being the first among this group of disciples to become an elite disciple. Coupled with the elder's favor, his future was limitless. But Chu Xinghe's smile at this moment was more bitter than tears. "My peak martial emperor. What elite disciple, what elder's favor? It's all bullshit. I just want to be expelled from the sect." Chu Xinghe was already wearing the black disciple robe that represented the elite. Chu Xinghe sent away the fifth group of people who came to congratulate him today. Just as Chu Xinghe was about to take a rest, more people arrived. This time, it was his own team, and everyone except Chu Cheng and the two traitors came. "Brother Chu, congratulations. Brother Chu, becoming an elite disciple should not make you forget about us, brothers. You should support us more in the future within the sect." As the #1 sect in the world, Vast Heaven Sect was powerful and had strict rules. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary inner disciple would need 3 to 5 years of hard work to become an elite disciple, even with good talent. It would be even more difficult for those with poor talent. Elite disciples not only had a higher status than ordinary inner disciples, but they also had access to more resources and could learn more advanced techniques. Moreover, Chu Xinghe was personally mentored by the Grand Elder and had taken in disciples under his wing. How could his future be any worse? Building a good relationship with Chu Xinghe now would benefit everyone. "Oh, why hasn't Chu Cheng come?" Chu Xinghe asked knowingly. "That guy is already an outer disciple. He can't just come to the inner sect whenever he wants," someone replied. "That's right, he didn't even treat us like human beings when he was our captain before. Now that he's been demoted to the outer sect, let's see how arrogant he can still be." The members of the team knew about Chu Cheng breaking Chu Xinghe's arm before, so they understood very well that despite being from the same hometown, there was no real friendship between them. "That's right, he's an outer disciple now. What a pity," Chu Xinghe sighed. "A pity." Zhao Dong, the cleverest member of the team, reacted to Chu Xinghe's words. "Brother Chu, that guy didn't hesitate to attack us before. Look." Zhao Dong's words made everyone's eyes light up. "Tisk tisk. Dong, what you said is not right. Although that dog, cough. Chu Cheng is a bit shameless, despicable, and lowly. After all, we are from the same hometown. We are like brothers in a foreign land. How can you all turn against him?" Zhao Dong and the others quickly apologized. Chu Xinghe said with a heavy heart, "Let's just leave it at breaking his arm. We shouldn't go too far. After all, he is an outer disciple, right? Brother Chu, you are magnanimous. Brother Chu, you have a broad mind. We admire you. Let's do as Brother Chu says." After some flattery, Chu Xinghe sent away his former teammates. Later, some ordinary inner disciples who entered the sect at the same time came to congratulate Chu Xinghe. He treated them one by one, saying that it was the favor of the Grand Elder and that he was just lucky. Until the evening, Chu Xinghe received news that some of his team members went to visit Chu Cheng, but this guy was disrespectful and was beaten up by several people, breaking his arm. But he was just an outer disciple, so who would care? At night, Chu Xinghe lay on his bed, looking at the tasks listed in the compass of misfortune. There were countless tasks, as long as they could make vast heaven sect suffer losses. Everything was there. Although Chu Xinghe missed the opportunity to become a martial emperor and be expelled from the sect this time, he looked at the compass of misfortune without any panic. You could say that it is extremely difficult to stand out in a top sect like the vast heaven sect, even as an elite disciple. After all, there are core disciples, direct disciples, and even chief disciples above them. But if you want to find a way to get punished and be expelled from the sect, there are many options to choose from. After a dreamless night, Chu Xinghe put on the elite disciple's robe the next morning and went to the cafeteria for breakfast, which belonged to the elite disciples. He greeted other elite disciples along the way. Surprisingly, the cafeteria for elite disciples was not comparable to that of ordinary disciples. Chu Xinghe ate 4 bowls of braised pork in a row and was completely satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, 2 dejected elite disciples came from behind. At first glance, the elite disciple robes they were wearing had the same crane pattern belonging to the elder as his own, indicating that they were also elite disciples under the elder. "Hello, senior brothers." Oh, the 2 of them didn't even bother to look up at Chu Xinghe and found their own places to sit and eat. Chu Xinghe didn't mind and was about to leave when one of the elite disciples spoke up. "Ma Biao, I'm afraid I'm done for this time." Ma Biao sighed and said, "Shen Chun, you know, the elder is best at alchemy, so all the disciples under him have to study alchemy. But the elder hates those disciples who don't put in effort the most. This time, you actually blew up the furnace while refining medicine." The elder was so angry that even his beard was crooked. "You won't be able to escape punishment." "Ah," Shen Chun exclaimed, "then how will I be punished?" "Light punishment would be a month of confinement, and severe punishment would be directly revoking your status as an elite disciple." "No, I just became an elite disciple. I can't." Shen Chun was on the verge of tears, but Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. "What's this? You can receive punishment just by blowing up the furnace while refining medicine. Light punishment is confinement, and severe punishment is directly revoking the status as an elite disciple. This is a good thing." He quickly glanced at the compass of misfortune and indeed found similar tasks. Being confined can directly promote to martial master. Having the status as an elite disciple revoked can directly promote to martial grand master. Chu Xinghe's excitement made his stomach churn along with the braised pork. In this world, cultivators are divided into 9 grades, from the lowest 1st grade to the highest 9th grade. 1st grade martial artist is the cultivation level Chu Xinghe is at now, which is considered just a beginner. 2nd grade martial master, 3rd grade martial grand master, 4th grade martial ancestor, 5th grade martial spirit, 6th grade martial king, 7th grade martial saint, 8th grade martial venerable. The one above martial emperor is said to be the martial god realm, but the specifics are beyond Chu Xinghe's understanding. The unique ability of the compass of misfortune allows oneself to completely open up a path of reverse cultivation. Being confined can promote one to martial master. Losing the qualification of an elite disciple directly promotes one to 3rd grade martial grand master. Well, if one were to steadily cultivate on their own, although their talent is not bad, it would probably be difficult to reach this level without 2 or 3 years. But now, Chu Xinghe excitedly ran up to 2 dejected senior brothers, bowed 90 degrees without saying a word, and made them completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Leaving the cafeteria, Chu Xinghe hurriedly made his way to Spirit Crane Palace. Vast Heaven Sect occupies the entire Vast Heaven mountain range, and each elder has their own mountain peak. The mountain peak of the Grand Elder is called Spirit Crane Palace, which is also the most abundant and best place in terms of spiritual energy, aside from the sect master. Chu Xinghe walked all the way to Spirit Crane Palace and, after verifying his identity, entered the palace. The Grand Elder is a 9th grade alchemy great Grand Master, who uses medicine to enter the Tao, so disciples under his sect are also required to learn the way of alchemy. Chu Xinghe arrived at the Medicine King Palace in the center of Spirit Crane Palace, and the scent of medicine wafted out from it. Smelling the fragrance of medicine, Chu Xinghe hurriedly stepped into the Medicine King Palace. After some inquiries, Chu Xinghe found an elite disciple named Feng Fei. The 4 cauldron patterns on his chest told Chu Xinghe that he is a 4th grade alchemist, and Feng Fei is also the senior brother who guides disciples in their cultivation on regular days. The Grand Elder and many other elders are busy with affairs and cannot personally teach every day, so most of the time, disciples under the sect are taught by other selected high-level disciples. Feng Fei is the teaching disciple for today. Junior brother Xinghe, your deeds of not being arrogant when rewarded and not being startled when punished have spread throughout the vast heaven sect. It is admirable that you stood up for your fellow townsmen. Feng Fei obviously knows Chu Xinghe, and his words made Chu Xinghe feel a little embarrassed. After all, his fellow townsmen probably won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a month. Senior brother Feng, I want to learn alchemy. Chu Xinghe was so excited that he almost blurted out his inner thoughts. Since junior brother wants to learn, I will personally teach you. However, the art of alchemy requires extremely high talent. Feng Fei rambled on for a while, and Chu Xinghe didn't remember a single word until Feng Fei mentioned the precautions, which caught Chu Xinghe's attention. Junior brother Xinghe, the first step in learning alchemy is fire control. Each person naturally has a different flame they can control. Only those who can control spiritual fire can learn alchemy. Next, I will test your spiritual fire for you. However, junior brother Xinghe, remember, during the testing of spiritual fire, when the spiritual fire soaks into the pill furnace, you must not lose focus. Otherwise, if the spiritual fire loses control and causes the furnace to explode, it will be troublesome. The Grand Elder detests this the most, and the punishment is severe. Feng Fei had a serious expression, while Chu Xinghe nodded solemnly. After saying so much, Chu Xinghe only remembered a few points. First, if one loses control, the furnace will explode. Second, the punishment for exploding the furnace is severe. Absolutely perfect. Following Feng Fei, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall to test the spiritual fire. Feng Fei explained the method to Chu Xinghe in great detail once again. He instructed Chu Xinghe that even if the test failed, it didn't matter. He could try again next time. But he absolutely must not lose control and cause the spiritual fire to explode the furnace. He also mentioned that Chu Xinghe was personally mentored by the elder, so he must not disappoint the elder. Feng Senior, rest assured. Chu Xinghe gave Feng Fei a determined look. Seeing Feng Fei nod in satisfaction, Chu Xinghe was also very pleased. Don't worry, Feng Senior, I never disappoint when it comes to disappointing people. With everything ready, Chu Xinghe sat in front of the fire pit. He followed Feng Fei's instructions and infused his spiritual power into the fire pit. In an instant, the fire rose and changed from red to orange. Seeing this scene, Feng Fei was delighted. The change in the fire directly indicated that Chu Xinghe should have the ability to control the spiritual fire. But just as Feng Fei was excited to see how high Chu Xinghe's spiritual fire could reach, the originally orange fire instantly exploded. Boom! The terrifying spiritual fire burst out from the depths of the earth and swept over the alchemy furnace. Under the high temperature of the spiritual fire, the furnace turned red. Xinghe Jr., stop! Feng Fei realized that Chu Xinghe had lost control. Stop! I finally made the spiritual fire go wild, and you want me to stop? Chu Xinghe completely ignored Feng Fei's words. Give me more firepower. The furnace will explode today. Seeing that Chu Xinghe didn't react at all, Feng Fei thought that Chu Xinghe had lost control. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and quickly mobilized his own spiritual power to suppress Chu Xinghe's spiritual fire. After Feng Fei's power was injected, the spiritual fire was indeed suppressed to some extent, and Feng Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But Chu Xinghe was furious. I'm about to explode the furnace, I can't let Feng Fei ruin my good fortune. At this moment, Chu Xinghe didn't care about anything else. With full firepower, all of his spiritual power was poured into the spiritual fire. In an instant, the spiritual fire, which was about to extinguish, changed from orange to crimson, and then from crimson to golden red. The terrifying flames instantly swept away the spiritual power that Feng Fei had suppressed. Feng Fei was shocked, but just as he was in a panic, a faint cry came from the spiritual fire. The next moment, the golden red spiritual fire made the already crumbling alchemy furnace unable to withstand the power of the flames. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied the scattering of flames. Feng Fei could only protect Chu Xinghe and escape. The alchemy furnace exploded, and the flames instantly engulfed the room in the Vermilion Bird Hall, turning the entire room into ashes. Feng Fei stared in disbelief at the destroyed room, with only one thought in his mind. It's over. But Chu Xinghe looked at the destroyed room with joy in his heart. This time, I want to see who can stop me. The flames instantly swept through the entire room, shaking the Vermilion Bird Hall's furnace and causing a commotion throughout the Medicine King Palace. Countless disciples rushed from all directions. Put out the fire quickly. Someone commanded to start extinguishing the fire, but the flames were too fierce. Not only did they destroy the room with the furnace, but they also ignited the two adjacent rooms. Seeing this scene, Feng Fei's face turned green. How did a spiritual fire test turn into this? Chu Xinghe seemed to be scared silly on the surface, but in his heart, he was singing a happy tune. Burn it. It would be perfect if the entire Vermilion Bird Hall burned down. If the elder got angry and expelled him from the sect, it would be even better. However, Chu Xinghe's thoughts were quickly shattered because news of the Vermilion Bird Hall's furnace fire reached the elder. The elder immediately came with others, and with their combined efforts, the flames were eventually extinguished. Although they couldn't burn down the entire Vermilion Bird Hall, when Chu Xinghe looked at the disheveled elder and others, he knew he had succeeded. Who is responsible for this? The elder's voice shook the entire Vermilion Bird Hall, and in an instant, no disciple or elder dared to speak. Feng Fei looked at Chu Xinghe with an expression as if he were looking at a dead person. He knew that Chu Xinghe was probably in big trouble this time. Feng Fei, what happened? The elder turned his gaze to Feng Fei. Feng Fei quickly got up from the ground and said, "Elder, this was an accident." Today, Feng Fei didn't dare to hide anything and explained the matter of Chu Xinghe testing the spiritual fire. But as he finished speaking, Feng Fei spoke again, "Please calm down, elder. Although it was Xinghe Jr. brother's fault today, as the supervising senior brother, I should have stopped it and should also bear the responsibility. Please don't blame Xinghe Jr. brother entirely. What a good person." Chu Xinghe looked at Feng Fei beside him and felt a bit regretful. He had indirectly set up Feng Fei, but Feng Fei stood up to take the blame for him. Chu Xinghe was filled with gratitude towards this senior brother Feng. "Is it you?" The elder completely ignored Feng Fei and directly appeared beside Chu Xinghe. "Yes, elder, it's not as Feng Fei senior brother said. Feng Fei senior brother has already explained all the precautions to me. It was my own lack of attention that led to this result. All the blame is on me. Please don't punish Feng Fei senior brother." After hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Feng Fei was also shocked. He didn't expect Chu Xinghe to take all the blame. The incident where Chu Xinghe stood up to take the blame for his fellow townsmen had caused a sensation, but later it was rumored that Chu Xinghe and his fellow townsmen were not actually on good terms and that it was all an act. But now, Feng Fei just wanted to give a big slap to those who spread such rumors behind their backs. See, even in this situation, Xinghe Jr. brother didn't shift the blame onto anyone else. Instead, he was afraid of being punished and took everything upon himself. How could this Xinghe Jr. brother be the same as the rumors behind their backs? Just as Feng Fei was deeply moved to the point of tears, the elder suddenly spoke up, "Is it really you?" Absolutely. Xinghe is ashamed of the elder's guidance and is aware of his deep sins. Please punish me severely, elder. Chu Xinghe's face was filled with guilt, but his heart was filled with joy. Expel me from the sect. Or even just revoke my status as an elite disciple, it's fine too. If I can't achieve the cultivation of the peak martial emperor, then promoting to a third-grade martial grandmaster would be acceptable. Going directly from a first-grade martial artist to a third-grade martial grandmaster, just thinking about it feels comfortable. But Chu Xinghe didn't wait for the elder's punishment. Instead, the elder directly pulled him into another room for the spirit fire test, pointing at the ground fire and saying, "Come. Repeat what happened just now." Ah, Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. What's going on? Hurry, do it again. The elder's face was urgent. Unable to understand what was happening, Chu Xinghe glanced at the elder and the others, who were equally confused. Obviously, no one understood what the elder meant. But Chu Xinghe couldn't care less. You want to see an explosion, right? Fine, I'll give you another one. Sitting cross-legged as before, Chu Xinghe began to infuse spiritual energy into the ground fire. Just like before, the flames rose and turned orange. This time, no one suppressed Chu Xinghe, so he went all out. All the spiritual energy was poured into the ground fire, and in an instant, the golden flames appeared again. Along with the golden flames, the burning furnace began to emit a buzzing sound, a sign that it was about to explode. But just when Chu Xinghe thought the elder would stop him, he found that the elder and the other elders watching beside him all had faces full of shock, looking at him. What's going on? While Chu Xinghe was wondering, a cry similar to the one when the furnace exploded before sounded, and with that cry, a loud bang followed. The furnace exploded again. And in that instant when the furnace exploded, the elder protected Chu Xinghe and took him out of the room, as the flames engulfed the entire room. Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. It's the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. That's right, it's really the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Bless our vast heaven sect. After 400 years, our vast heaven sect has finally obtained the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire again. The sudden shout stunned everyone. Chu Xinghe looked at the elder who was holding him. At this moment, the elder's face no longer had any coldness or blame, but instead, it was filled with shock and uncontrollable joy. And at this moment, everyone finally understood why the elder didn't get angry when the furnace exploded and the room was burned, but instead asked Chu Xinghe to do it again. It turns out he sensed the extraordinary nature of that flame. There was actually a trace of hidden Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire aura. In the uncertain situation, he asked Chu Xinghe to do it again. And this time, everyone saw it. After the moment when the flames turned into a golden color, the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire erupted once again, being drawn out from the depths of the earth. The true rise of the vast heaven sect should have been 400 years ago, during that era when several peerless powerhouses were born in the vast heaven sect. Among them was Lu Changfeng, known as the Medicine Saint, who possessed the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. It was with the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire that Lu Changfeng became the closest existence to a medicine god in the world. It was also with Lu Changfeng's alchemy skills that the vast heaven sect continued to rise, and the alchemy skills of the vast heaven sect were the best in the world. But after that, for 400 years, Lu Changfeng mysteriously disappeared without a trace, and his inheritance also disappeared for the most part. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire became a lost art. In these 400 years, the vast heaven sect produced many great grandmasters of alchemy, but none of them were able to reach the heights of Lu Changfeng. But today, the furnace exploded and the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire was born again. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire summoned by Chu Xinghe amazed everyone. After 400 years, the vast heaven sect finally produced a disciple who could control the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. This Vermilion Bird Hall was named after the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. 400 years ago it was Lu Changfeng, and now it is Chu Xinghe. At this moment, the elder was excited like a child, and the other elders were all excited as they looked at Chu Xinghe. Only Chu Xinghe himself was dumbfounded. This is not the result I wanted. What about the punishment we agreed on? What about the seriousness of the explosion? What does this mean now? After much hesitation, Chu Xinghe decided to speak up. Elder, there are national laws and sect rules. Even if I truly possess the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire today, the crime of 2 consecutive furnace explosions cannot go unpunished. I ask the elder to punish me impartially. When Chu Xinghe said this, not only the elder, but also the disciples of the Spirit Crane Palace around him were amazed. Listen to what it means to have a realm. What it means to have a broad mind. Junior brother Xinghe was just promoted to an elite disciple, but he showed no arrogance. And today, he became the first person in 400 years to possess the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Everyone knows that junior brother Xinghe has a promising future. But in this situation, junior brother Xinghe still feels extremely guilty about the explosion and even asks the elder to punish him. What a remarkable state of mind. For a moment, even some disciples who were jealous of Chu Xinghe couldn't help but sigh. Chu Xinghe is truly extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. 3 more, good, words. Hearing these 3 words, Chu Xinghe knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, the elder looked at Chu Xinghe with a pleased expression and said, "You truly are the disciple I have chosen. Cultivate virtue before martial arts. I have seen too many young talents with outstanding abilities but lacking in character. Today, I am pleased to hear you say these words. The Medicine Saint has a successor. Blessed be vast heaven. The group of people congratulated once again. Xinghe, although the explosion in the furnace was caused by you, it is not your fault. The vermilion bird spirit fire is not something an ordinary alchemical furnace can withstand. The explosion was destined to happen. Therefore, you are innocent. However, your words today have also awakened me. I have punished too many disciples for the furnace incident, which was not right since they were also unintentional. From today onwards, if a disciple causes an explosion due to unintentional mistakes, they will no longer be punished. Upon hearing the elder's words, the disciples at the scene were overjoyed. Thank you, elder, for your leniency. Countless disciples bowed to the elder, and Shen Chun, who had encountered Chu Xinghe in the cafeteria earlier, was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Hee, we should thank you, Xinghe Jr. brother. If it weren't for you, how could I have freed myself from my obsession? The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Thank you, Xinghe Jr. brother. The disciples of Spirit Crane Palace once again bowed to Chu Xinghe, their eyes filled with goodwill. All right, from today onwards, I and many other elders will personally teach you the art of alchemy. Xinghe, you must not let down your vermilion bird spirit fire. Ah, thank you, elder. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. He could have reached the peak if he had been expelled from the sect, but now he had to endure the daily criticism from a group of old men. Was there any justice or law in this? The elder left with the group of elders, and Feng Fei and the disciples of Spirit Crane Palace immediately surrounded Chu Xinghe. Xinghe Jr. brother, we have to thank you again today. From today onwards, in Spirit Crane Palace, anyone who dares to harm you will be our enemy. Xinghe Jr. brother, you are righteous. Previously, Senior brother believed the rumors that you had someone break Chu Cheng's arm. Now, Senior brother is truly ashamed. Rumors stop at the wise. How could Xinghe Jr. brother be that kind of person? I will immediately investigate who spread these rumors and punish them. No need to investigate. I went to the outer gate today, and I heard that it was Chu Cheng himself who said it. Nonsense. Xinghe Jr. brother hasn't even seen that guy since he was demoted to the outer gate. How could he have ordered someone to deal with him? It must be that guy who feels twisted in his heart because Xinghe Jr. brother entered the ranks of elite disciples. I will not spare him. The crowd was excited, making Chu Xinghe start to doubt whether he had actually done what happened that day. Senior brothers, you must not. There must be something hidden behind Chu Cheng's accusations. But we are from the same hometown, and I already feel guilty for his demotion to the outer gate. If you hurt him again, how can I live with myself? After listening to Chu Xinghe's words, the group of senior brothers became even more determined. Listen, this is the realm. Two young people from the same mountain village, but the difference in their character is so vast. Perhaps Chu Xinghe's words had an effect, as the senior brothers of Spirit Crane Palace did not lay a hand on Chu Cheng after all. But they chose another method. Stopping the medicine. That's right, although the treatment of the outer disciples of Vast Heaven Sect cannot compare to that of the inner disciples, it is still the #1 sect in the world. Even the resources of the outer disciples are much stronger than those of ordinary sects, and many inner disciples of major sects cannot compare. Among these resources, the pills are naturally provided by Spirit Crane Palace. It can be said that all the pill resources of Vast Heaven Sect are provided by Spirit Crane Palace. Each party comes to collect their own pill resources and then distributes them to the disciples according to their share. But this time, the outer disciples did not receive any pills, and the reason is simple: the medicine is scarce. Originally, the outer disciples didn't think much of it, after all, they were the outer disciples. When the medicine is scarce, it's not surprising that they are the first to be cut off. But when they asked when it could be replenished, the answer was that it couldn't be. This made the outer disciples anxious. What's going on? Aren't the outer disciples human? It's one thing to bully us in daily life, but now they're bullying us openly. Just as the outer disciples were about to go find the elder to argue, news came from Spirit Crane Palace. What? It's because of that dog Chu Cheng. He said Chu Xinghe broke his arm. Nonsense. Chu Xinghe never went to the outer disciples. I was there that day. It was someone from his previous team who came to see him. He was disrespectful and got beaten up by the crowd. I heard that this guy has been treating the people in his team badly before. Just because of this dog, we can't get the pills. It seems like the people from Spirit Crane Palace said that he slandered their junior brother Xinghe, and they couldn't stand it anymore. I don't care, I'll make sure this fool pays. How fierce can a group of outer disciples who can't get medicine be? Chu Cheng should be the one who knows this best. Although Chu Cheng had been resting for a few days and still had bruises on his face, he could already get out of bed and walk. Chu Cheng swore, "The tides will turn. Don't underestimate a poor young man. One day, Chu Cheng will return to the inner disciples with the posture of the great emperor. At that time, the first thing he will do is make Chu Xinghe kneel in front of him and call him father. At that time, he will break all of his limbs, no, all 5 limbs." But just as Chu Cheng was fantasizing about wielding his divine sword in his left hand and his divine magic in his right hand, the door was kicked open by a group of outer disciples. "So your name is Chu Cheng?" A senior outer disciple who looked like a fathead fish tilted his head and looked at Chu Cheng. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" I am Chu Cheng, what do you command?" Chu Cheng returned from heaven to the mortal world, but soon the mortal world couldn't hold him anymore, and the gates of hell opened. After the group of outer disciples confirmed that the person in front of them was indeed Chu Cheng, they didn't care about anything else and just started beating him up. No one can say exactly how long this beating lasted, but everyone knew how long it took for him to get out of bed. About half a year. After this beating, the news reached Spirit Crane Palace. When the outer disciples went to collect their elixirs, the scarce medicines were no longer scarce. Not only did the outer disciples receive their rightful share, but even the fathead fish who led the beating on Chu Cheng was rewarded with a bottle of body-tempering elixir by the senior brothers of Spirit Crane Palace. After this, things got better, and beating up Chu Cheng became a daily routine for the outer disciples. Chu Xinghe also received the news. He looked at Feng Fei, who brought the news, with a pained expression. "Senior brother Feng, how can I handle this?" "Xinghe junior brother, you're joking. What does this have to do with you? What does it have to do with Spirit Crane Palace?" Chu Cheng is narrow-minded. He used to bully others when he was a team leader. Senior brother has already thoroughly investigated this matter. Moreover, he was beaten up by the crowd but framed you, which is truly infuriating. The outer disciples taking action this time is also a matter of righteousness. Naturally, they have to punish this scum. Feng Fei's words left Chu Xinghe at a loss for how to respond. How could he talk so righteously about bullying others? "Senior brother Feng Fei, I misjudged you. However, why do I feel so fond of it?" Speaking of Chu Cheng, Feng Fei had also inquired about him. Both Chu Xinghe and Chu Cheng came from the same village, but Chu Xinghe was an orphan who relied on the support of the villagers to grow up. Chu Cheng, on the other hand, came from a wealthy family in the village and had been a bully since childhood. Chu Xinghe had been bullied by Chu Cheng for a long time. Even from Chu Xinghe's previous teammates, it was learned that this guy had even broken Chu Xinghe's arm during an outing trial in Vast Heaven Sect. However, his teammates said that Chu Xinghe was broad-minded and never reported the incident. The usually gentle Feng Fei was truly angry after hearing all this. "What? Bullying honest people, huh? It's one thing to bully me, Xinghe junior brother, since we were young, but to dare to cause trouble after joining the sect, even Feng Fei couldn't stand it. Forget about all that, we almost delayed the important matter. Xinghe junior brother, the elder is already waiting at Medicine King Palace. Today, he will personally teach you various entry-level techniques. You're the first one to receive such guidance from the elder in the art of alchemy." Feng Fei, although envious, also knew that Chu Xinghe was extraordinary. With the vermilion bird spirit fire, he was destined to reach the peak. After listening to Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe felt helpless. "Actually, I never thought about learning alchemy. I heard that learning alchemy requires memorizing all those dry knowledge, but my memory is really bad. I can't do it." It can be said that no matter how much is said, under the leadership of Feng Fei, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Medicine King Palace. In the center of the Medicine King Palace, a dazzling Dan furnace with a vermilion bird phantom stood out. This is the treasured vermilion bird furnace, the symbol of the Medicine King Palace. This is the Dan furnace of the medicine saint Lu Chengfang from back then. With the vermilion bird furnace and the vermilion bird spirit fire, Liu Changfeng swept through the world of alchemists, making everyone bow down and establishing the reputation of the vast heaven sect as the #1 in the world of medicine. However, in the 400 years since then, no one has been able to use the Vermilion Bird Furnace because without the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire, the Vermilion Bird Furnace cannot be activated. At this moment, the elder was already standing next to the Vermilion Bird Furnace. He looked at the furnace and then at Chu Xinghe, somewhat lost in thought. It was as if he saw the Vermilion Bird Furnace reigniting the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire one day, leading the vast heaven sect to new heights. Disciple Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei, pays respects to the elder. Both of them bowed to the elder together. Feng Fei, you have worked hard. Go and teach the other disciples. Disciple obeys. Feng Fei left the Medicine King Palace, leaving behind the miserable Chu Xinghe and the elder full of hope for the future. In the following time, the elder began by talking about the Vermilion Bird Furnace, recounting the story of the medicine saint Liu Changfeng to Chu Xinghe. It sounds good, but I don't want to learn alchemy. Chu Xinghe felt even more miserable. Identifying herbs as the first step in alchemy. From today onwards, I will personally teach you various methods of identifying herbs. The path of alchemy is arduous, but with the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire in your possession, the future belongs to you. What does tedious mean? Chu Xinghe understood it in just half an afternoon. What is evening primrose? Dark moon grass, soul moon grass. Brother, they all look exactly the same. How do I distinguish them? And they only have slight differences in their patterns. Chu Xinghe felt like his eyes were about to explode. He couldn't see any difference at all. Compass of misfortune. Isn't this considered a punishment? Can't I get compensated with a peak martial ancestor? Isn't this much worse than being confined? His inner misery reached its peak, but Chu Xinghe had no way out. Why is it so difficult to be expelled from the sect? I just want to become a martial emperor in an instant. Before, Chu Xinghe had thought about whether he would be expelled from the sect if he pointed at the elder's nose and cursed him for being a bad teacher. Would it be considered disrespecting the teacher and destroying the ancestor? But the result of disrespecting the teacher and destroying the ancestor is not expulsion from the sect, it's being tortured to death. He didn't want to be reborn, and it seemed that the compass of misfortune also had restrictions on such deliberate actions. If he wanted to court death, he had to do it just right. That's the difficult part. Chu Xinghe looked at the 3 herbs and thought to himself, is this compass of misfortune considered a system? According to reason, shouldn't the system provide various help to make oneself rise to the top? Even after obtaining the compass of misfortune, there was no help at all. Various tasks are like beautiful women enticing oneself, but not allowing oneself to touch or approach. What does that mean? Xinghe, identifying herbs is not something that can be done overnight. You don't need to be discouraged. Looking at Chu Xinghe's dejected face, the elder thought that Chu Xinghe was feeling down because his first day of learning didn't go well. Thank you, elder. How long will it take to learn then? From the time I started as an apprentice to identify herbs, it only took me 5 years to master the properties of 70% of the herbs in the world, the elder said with a light smile. 5 years. Cough. Xinghe, you don't know, although my talent is not exceptional, it is considered rare once in 100 years. To master 70% in 5 years is already unparalleled in the world. If one's aptitude is slightly worse, being able to master 30 to 50% in 10 years would be considered extraordinary. Crack, a thunderous sound exploded in Chu Xinghe's ears. 10 years, 30 to 50%, that's considered slightly worse talent. Then what about someone like himself who doesn't even want to learn? 20 years, 30 years. Chu Xinghe seemed to see himself sitting here, old and still trying to distinguish the difference between moongrass and moonsoul grass. Alright, today's lesson ends here. You should go back and rest. Come back early tomorrow morning for the next lecture. The elder smiled and sent the wooden-like Chu Xinghe away. Chu Xinghe greeted his senior brothers and sisters who passed by in a daze along the way. Now Chu Xinghe was living on the side of Spirit Crane Palace, sharing a room with Feng Fei. This was specially arranged by the elder. Seeing Chu Xinghe return to the room like a wooden chicken, senior brother Feng Fei was also taken aback, but then he thought that the elder's demands were strict, so it was normal for junior brother Xinghe to be scolded on his first day of learning. Junior brother Xinghe, the elder is strict, but his alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world. Being able to study under the elder, junior brother must work hard. Thank you, senior brother Feng. I will work hard, Chu Xinghe replied woodenly. If he didn't want to work hard now, he just wanted to die. What did the elder teach junior brother today? Feng Fei continued the conversation. Identifying herbs. Moon grass as moon grass. Moon shadow grass as moon shadow grass. Moon soul grass as moon grass. I'm so confused. Chu Xinghe's mind was in chaos. Feng Fei nodded as if he understood very well. Junior brother, don't be discouraged. Identifying herbs is indeed difficult at the beginner level, but once junior brother enters the door, the elder will definitely teach more advanced fire control techniques. At that time, it won't be so boring anymore. Moreover, junior brother possesses the vermilion bird spirit fire, and you are the only one who can use the vermilion bird divine furnace. Your future is limitless, but junior brother must not be reckless like the first time. If you damage the vermilion bird furnace, it won't be good. Feng Fei patiently reminded Chu Xinghe. But Chu Xinghe only heard one sentence from Feng Fei. Damage the vermilion bird furnace. There's such a thing. The vermilion bird divine furnace is the treasure left behind by the medicine saint, Lu Changfeng. For 400 years, the vast heaven sect has tried every possible method, but still cannot reactivate the vermilion bird furnace. The final conclusion is that only the vermilion bird spirit fire can activate and use the vermilion bird furnace. Therefore, the vast heaven sect has been waiting for someone who possesses the vermilion bird spirit fire to appear. Similarly, the vermilion bird furnace is a symbol of the medicine saint for the vast heaven sect, a divine object in the hearts of countless people. If such a divine object were to be destroyed, it would be unlikely for oneself to be expelled from the sect. After all, one possesses the vermilion bird spirit fire. In order to be expelled, one would have to kill the sect master's wife and daughter. But if one were to really do that and still want to be expelled from the sect, it would be true torture. So being expelled from the sect is not a viable option, but being punished is not a problem. Being punished can also allow oneself to rapidly improve, right? Destroying the vermilion bird furnace, then the elder will be furious and demote oneself to the outer sect and confine oneself for 3 to 5 years. With this plan, the martial ancestor is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Chu Xinghe had a new goal and was filled with fighting spirit. Evening primrose, dark moon grass, moon soul grass, various herbs. Chu Xinghe spent half a month and finally roughly memorized them. Although there were occasional mistakes, it still satisfied the elder. In the words of the elder, Chu Xinghe is a piece of uncut jade that he will carefully carve. On this day, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Medicine King Palace early in the morning, greeted his senior brothers, and Shen Chun walked up from the side, saying, "Junior brother Xinghe, in a few days, the spirit tomb will open. All the inner sect disciples in your group will enter the tomb to choose their own spiritual weapons. Have you decided what spiritual weapon you want?" Spirit tomb. Spiritual weapons. Chu Xinghe was confused. Apart from the evening primrose, dark moon grass, and moon soul grass, he didn't know anything about spiritual weapons. After a certain period of time, the entry-level disciples of the vast heaven sect will enter the spirit tomb, where there are countless spiritual weapons. Each disciple can search for their own spiritual weapon inside. As long as they gain the recognition of the spiritual weapon, they can become its new owner. However, the more powerful the spiritual weapon, the more difficult it is to gain its recognition. So it is important to choose a suitable spiritual weapon. After all, the spiritual weapon will become one's lifelong treasure, a companion throughout one's life. Chu Xinghe is a martial artist. Although he has been studying in the Medicine King Palace during this period of time, his spiritual power has not fallen behind at all. Joking aside, what is Spirit Crane Palace? It's the sacred land of pill refining. How many pills do disciples from other places get each month? Even if they practice diligently every day, their progress is only so-so. On Chu Xinghe's side, a few pills. They don't exist. Chu Xinghe basically treats pills like candy every day, but when he finishes the mortal pill, he doesn't even need to ask for it himself. Immediately, there are senior brothers who bring him new pills. In addition to the 10 spirit gathering pills that the elder rewarded him with before, Chu Xinghe, who hasn't practiced much, is not inferior to his fellow disciples who have practiced diligently. He even surpasses them. But when it comes to selecting spiritual weapons, Chu Xinghe really has no experience. It seems that junior brother Xinghe doesn't know much about it, but don't worry, as long as you think of the type you like, I'll find a way to get it for you. Thank you, senior brother Shen Chun. Don't mention it. We should be thanking you, and besides, with your vermilion bird spirit fire, it's not impossible for you to take over the Spirit Crane Palace in the future. We will rely on you then. Senior brother, I dare not say that. I have never thought about that. I have shallow qualifications and dare not have such extravagant hopes. I only hope to cultivate well in the Spirit Crane Palace and assist senior brothers in the future. Comfortable. Shen Chun felt comfortable just listening to Chu Xinghe's words. Even if you know that the future may not be as good as others, but when someone lowers their posture and respects others like this, how can it not make people feel comfortable? So, this junior brother, he will take care of him. Junior brother, rest assured, leave the matter of spiritual weapons to us senior brothers. We will find the most suitable one for you. Thank you, senior brothers, for your kindness, Chu Xinghe said gratefully. All right, don't waste any more time. The elder is still waiting for you. Yes, senior brother, take care. After seeing off Shen Chun, Chu Xinghe once again came to the Medicine King Palace. Today, the elder was not sitting in his usual position, but standing next to the vermilion bird furnace. Disciple Chu Xinghe, pay respects to the elder. Xinghe, after learning from me for so long, do you find the identification of medicines boring and tasteless? Disciple dare not, but if the elder asks, disciple dare not hide the truth. It is indeed a bit boring. As soon as Chu Xinghe said this, the elder laughed. This is what he likes about Chu Xinghe, not only humble, but also very honest. Since Chu Xinghe entered the Spirit Crane Palace, the elder has been watching his every move. Respectful to senior brothers, never arrogant because of his possession of the vermilion bird spirit fire. In just 1 month, everyone in the Spirit Crane Palace, whether they are disciples or elders, likes this child. This makes the elder extremely satisfied with Chu Xinghe. Even when facing himself, Chu Xinghe always answers truthfully, even if the answer may displease him and result in punishment. Chu Xinghe never avoids it and says whatever needs to be said. The Grand Elder has also been angry and even thought about really punishing Chu Xinghe, but after thinking about it, a disciple who is willing to speak the truth is much better than a flatterer who will always only flatter. The Grand Elder really wanted to treat Chu Xinghe as a direct disciple, not only because of the vermilion bird spirit fire, but also because of Chu Xinghe's character. To cultivate Chu Xinghe as the future leader of the Spirit Crane Palace, the Grand Elder used to worry the most about others not accepting him, but Chu Xinghe's performance in the past month has won over everyone. Especially the Grand Elder. Looking at the Grand Elder's extremely gentle gaze, Chu Xinghe didn't know what the Grand Elder was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely say, "Was I being honest? Was I really seeking death? I only ask for punishment, Grand Elder, please. Today, we won't learn boring things. I will teach you the art of fire control, and you will also try to communicate with the vermilion bird furnace." Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded, as if the clouds had cleared and he saw the blue sky. He finally made it through. Yes, Chu Xinghe was so excited that he almost peed himself. The art of fire control, first of all. Chu Xinghe didn't listen to a single word of the Grand Elder's explanation until the Grand Elder said, "The vermilion bird furnace is a divine object, remember not to mess around. The vermilion bird spirit fire is domineering, do not harm the vermilion bird furnace." Disciple remembers. Chu Xinghe remembered all the methods that could harm the vermilion bird furnace. Today is a good day. Everything I think of can come true. A divine object, huh? The vermilion bird furnace, huh? Today, it's your turn. If I get rid of the vermilion bird furnace, the Grand Elder won't be able to protect me. Soon, following the Grand Elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe began to communicate with the earth fire. The vermilion bird spirit fire was quickly lured out, but Chu Xinghe did not act recklessly. Instead, he listened to the Grand Elder's words and manipulated the vermilion bird spirit fire step by step, getting it closer to the vermilion bird furnace. It's not that Chu Xinghe didn't want to make a sudden move, but mainly because the Grand Elder was present. Would he lose control of his mind in front of him? It's not that he's afraid of the Grand Elder finding out, but the problem is that the Grand Elder's methods are so terrifying that he would be suppressed with just one move, and it would be difficult for him to make a move again. So, on the surface, Chu Xinghe didn't dare to have any misconduct. When the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire touched the Vermilion Bird Furnace, the originally sealed Vermilion Bird Furnace suddenly trembled. There's a reaction. The Grand Elder was extremely excited. The trembling Vermilion Bird Furnace kept changing, and soon the Vermilion Bird Phantom floating above the Vermilion Bird Furnace began to rotate around it. It's really like this. It's really like this. The Grand Elder was excited, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, only the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire can make the Vermilion Bird Furnace regain its vitality. 400 years. The vast heaven sect has been waiting for 400 years. The Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace has returned. The Elder was extremely excited, and the rotation of the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace also caught the attention of the elders of the Spirit Crane Palace. Countless elders rushed over from all directions, and when they saw the scene of the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace being reignited, they were also extremely excited. Vast heaven blesses us, the group of elders exclaimed. Their gazes all fell on Chu Xinghe, and at this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with relief. With the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire and the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace, the alchemy techniques of the vast heaven sect would undoubtedly reach new heights. As the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire faded away, the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace returned to normal. A group of elders surrounded the Elder and Chu Xinghe, continuing to shout the slogan, "Vast Heaven blesses us." Today is a great joy for both our vast heaven sect and our Spirit Crane Palace in the past 400 years. Let's have a drink today. Cheers. Several elders spoke up, and even the usually serious elder smiled and said, "Spread the word, Spirit Crane Palace will not abstain from alcohol today." Ah! The group of elders immediately jumped up. The news spread, and the disciples of the Spirit Crane Palace were even more excited. The Spirit Crane Palace was the only place in the entire vast heaven sect where alcohol was prohibited, so the elder couldn't help but be pleased. Even if the disciples had something to celebrate, they could only use tea instead of alcohol. But for this 400-year celebration, they had to drink. The kitchen of the Spirit Crane Palace was bustling, with chefs stirring their woks vigorously, sparks flying everywhere. Various delicious dishes were served one by one, and the banquet was held at the Medicine King Palace. The elder first raised his cup to toast the ancestors and martyrs of the vast heaven sect. Then he toasted to the medicine saint, Lu Changfeng. Finally, he raised his cup to drink with everyone. After 3 rounds of drinking, the entire Medicine King Palace was filled with laughter and joy. People kept coming to Chu Xinghe to have a drink. After all, this celebration was all because of their junior brother Xinghe. But Chu Xinghe couldn't handle his alcohol and was already red-faced and slurring his words. Seeing that Chu Xinghe couldn't drink anymore, Feng Fei quickly helped him block the alcohol, and the other senior brothers and sisters laughed at Chu Xinghe's drunken appearance and stopped asking him to drink. It wasn't until late at night that the banquet finally ended. The elder and the other elders left first, and the other disciples also gradually left. Chu Xinghe appeared to be drunk, but that was just an appearance. After seeing off Feng Fei, who was already unable to stand, Chu Xinghe asked the other senior brothers and sisters to leave first, saying that he would help clean up here. This action naturally earned Chu Xinghe countless praises from his senior brothers and sisters, who exclaimed about his righteousness. Chu Xinghe didn't know where this righteousness was, but when everyone had left and he was the only one left in the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe's gaze fell on the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace. So, what should I do next? Let's do something righteous. Hee. Little Vermilion Bird, let your big brother take good care of you. In the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe looked at the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace in front of him with burning eyes. At this moment, the attraction of the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace was even greater than that of a beautiful woman to Chu Xinghe. As for the drunkenness from before, it had long dissipated. When it came to alcohol tolerance, Chu Xinghe had a firm grasp on it. Walking up to the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace, Chu Xinghe reached out and touched it, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Oh, little Vermilion Bird, we can finally play without restraint now. Sitting cross-legged, the underground fire emerged under Chu Xinghe's guidance, and the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire instantly filled the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace. The illusion of a vermilion bird on the furnace continuously hovered, as if a real vermilion bird was dancing with the flames. But at this moment, Chu Xinghe didn't have time to watch the vermilion bird dance. Finding an opportunity to make the vermilion bird divine furnace explode was not that simple. Today was a rare opportunity. So, unleash full firepower. The vermilion bird spirit fire surged forward, even the precious vermilion bird divine furnace began to turn red in a short amount of time. However, a divine object was still a divine object. It wasn't so easy to make this thing explode. So Chu Xinghe chose to go all in directly. He poured his spiritual power into the underground fire, and with the support of spiritual power, the vermilion bird spirit fire demonstrated why it was called the most domineering flame. Even the vermilion bird divine furnace began to tremble under the vermilion bird spirit fire's influence. Almost there, the furnace is about to explode. HMPH. This time, no one can stop it. If the vermilion bird divine furnace is destroyed, even the elder won't be able to protect me. If things go wrong, the sect master in seclusion will have to personally come out and punish me. It might be difficult to be expelled from the sect, but losing the identity of an elite disciple and being confined for 3 to 5 years is inevitable. I, martial ancestor, will settle this. No one can stop me. At this moment, the vermilion bird spirit fire, under Chu Xinghe's control, transformed into a tornado of fire. Under the terrifying flames, the vermilion bird furnace finally began to be unable to withstand it, causing the entire Medicine King Palace to shake along with the tremors. Crack, a cracking sound came, and cracks began to appear on the vermilion bird furnace. Seeing this scene, Chu Xinghe was so excited that he almost jumped up. The small vermilion bird furnace ultimately fell under his own vermilion bird spirit fire. Shortly after the first crack appeared, the entire vermilion bird furnace began to crazily crack. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate and turned around to run. Are you kidding me? An ordinary alchemy furnace explosion can burn down 1 or 2 houses. How powerful would the explosion of the vermilion bird furnace, a divine furnace, be? I hope the entire Medicine King Palace hasn't been destroyed. If that's really the case, it would be great. Chu Xinghe ran all the way to the edge of the Medicine King Palace, and when he turned around, he saw a sea of crimson flames spreading from the Medicine King Palace, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! The terrifying explosion came from the Medicine King Palace, and the sound almost instantly reverberated throughout the territory of the Spirit Crane Palace. The shockwave from the explosion sent Chu Xinghe flying more than 10 meters away, landing on the ground with a disheveled appearance. But at this moment, Chu Xinghe was truly in pain and joy. Originally, he wanted to destroy the vermilion bird furnace, but he never expected that the little vermilion bird would be so powerful. Now, the entire Medicine King Palace has been blown up. Who can protect me now? The terrifying sound not only sent Chu Xinghe flying, but also awakened countless disciples and elders of the Spirit Crane Palace from their drunken state. Under the care of the disciples, the elder lay down and washed up. He, who disliked drinking, strangely enjoyed being drunk today. His head was dizzy, but he still thought about the future of the Spirit Crane Palace. He seemed to see the Spirit Crane Palace, under his leadership, once again reaching its peak and even surpassing the past. But a loud noise directly pulled the elder out of his dream. The elder flipped over and jumped off the bed. With the circulation of spiritual power in his body, the drunkenness instantly disappeared. Running out of the room, the elder saw that many disciples and other elders had already gathered outside the door. What's going on? The elder was shocked, but following everyone's gaze towards the distance, he knew what was going on. That was the direction of the Medicine King Palace, and at this moment, a blaze was soaring into the sky from there. Something went wrong. The elder didn't have time to say anything to the others. He rushed towards the Medicine King Palace. At this moment, countless people also woke up from their drunkenness and rushed towards the Medicine King Palace. But when they arrived outside the Medicine King Palace, everything in front of them stunned everyone. The towering flames almost engulfed the entire Medicine King Palace. The flames turned this night into a red hue. The elder was completely stunned at this point. The Medicine King Palace was considered the most important place in the Spirit Crane Palace, but now it had turned into this. What happened to the blessing of vast heaven? The elder didn't have time to dwell on this question anymore. Putting out the fire was now the most important thing. Countless people have already started to activate their spiritual power to extinguish the fire, but the flames within the Medicine King Palace are obviously not ordinary flames. Not to mention ordinary disciples, even many elders are unable to completely extinguish the flames. This is the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Finally, someone recognized the problem. This is definitely not an ordinary flame, so it is difficult to extinguish. Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Seeing this, the elder's mind buzzed. Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. The only person in the entire Spirit Crane Palace who can use the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire is Chu Xinghe. The elder vaguely remembers that it seems like Chu Xinghe was the one who stayed behind to clean up the mess. How did this mess end up cleaning up the Medicine King Palace? The elder's mind is about to shut down. What exactly did Chu Xinghe do? Did he blow up the entire Medicine King Palace? Could it be that there is also a problem with the Vermilion Bird Furnace? The elder panicked and rushed up without saying a word to help extinguish the fire. At this moment, on the edge of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe had long been hiding in a corner, waiting for the arrival of the elder before rushing out. From a distance, Chu Xinghe saw the elder's face full of despair and knew that he had truly succeeded this time. Now, as long as he rushes out and tells the elder that he accidentally not only blew up the Vermilion Bird Furnace, but also burned down the Medicine King Palace, the elder would not hesitate to give him a big slap in the face, considering his status as the elder. And then, after the fire is extinguished, all kinds of punishments will come, won't they? Chu Xinghe was ecstatic. The heavens did not abandon the diligent. He finally made it through. As Chu Xinghe stood up to rush out of the Medicine King Palace to accept punishment, just as he was about to leave, the Medicine King Palace suddenly exploded again, and terrifying flames instantly formed a huge wave of fire. The people who were originally fighting the fire on the outskirts were all pushed back by the wave of fire. Chu Xinghe, manipulating the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire, didn't have to worry about being burned to death. But just as Chu Xinghe was about to rush out of the Medicine King Palace, a clear cry suddenly appeared. This is the cry of the Vermilion Bird. Accompanied by this cry of the Vermilion Bird, the Medicine King Palace, which was already on the verge of collapse from the fire, instantly shattered. The collapsing Medicine King Palace struck the elder like a sharp knife, dealing him another devastating blow. Chu Xinghe, who saw this scene, was so excited that he almost wet himself. Cheering in his heart, Chu Xinghe had just arrived at the entrance of the Medicine King Palace when, from the center of the flames behind him, a vermilion bird with spread wings soared into the sky. The enormous vermilion bird, with its blazing fire, forced everyone outside the Medicine King Palace to retreat. After circling above the Medicine King Palace for a while, the vermilion bird seemed to have found its target and then dived down from the sky, and this direction. It was exactly where Chu Xinghe was. Don't come over. Looking at the vermilion bird rushing towards him, Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. Has the vermilion bird furnace become sentient? Does it want to perish together with him after he accidentally blew it up? Without thinking too much, facing the charging vermilion bird, Chu Xinghe quickly activated the vermilion bird spirit fire on his body to block it. However, this time the vermilion bird spirit fire was unable to stop the approaching vermilion bird. The vermilion bird directly passed through the vermilion bird spirit fire and collided with Chu Xinghe. The imagined scene of being burned to ashes by flames did not occur. When the vermilion bird collided with him, Chu Xinghe felt like he was being pulled into a world filled with flames. The raging flames gathered towards his head, and at the same time, countless things began to flood into his mind. Xinghe Jr. brother. At this moment, Feng Fei also saw Chu Xinghe standing in the sea of fire in the direction where the vermilion bird fell. But before he could say anything else, the vermilion bird had already enveloped Chu Xinghe. Not only Feng Fei, but everyone present saw this scene. Vermilion bird. Spirit communication. This is vermilion bird. Spirit communication. The voice of an elder who still emitted the smell of alcohol trembled, but his words caused the entire Medicine King Palace to boil. In the vast Heaven Sect, there has always been a legend that the medicine saint Lu Chengfeng left behind an inheritance for the future disciples of the vast Heaven Sect. But where exactly is this inheritance? The vast Heaven Sect has searched for 400 years and still hasn't found it. Some speculate that the inheritance may be hidden within the vermilion bird furnace, but for 400 years, the vermilion bird furnace has been unable to activate, so naturally, it couldn't confirm the truth of this matter. However, today, when the vermilion bird soared into the sky, everyone knew that this legend was true. The vermilion bird soaring into the sky is the medicine saint's inheritance left by Lu Changfeng. And at this moment, the vermilion bird spirit communication is opening the medicine saint's inheritance, and the one who obtained this inheritance is Chu Xinghe, who is in the midst of the raging fire. The elder was stunned for a full half a minute, but after recovering from his daze, all the anger on his face disappeared. When the Medicine King Palace was destroyed, like everyone else, was it Chu Xinghe's carelessness? But now the elder knows that it wasn't Chu Xinghe. It was the vermilion bird furnace itself searching for an inheritor, so it must be that the vermilion bird furnace erupted with the vermilion bird spirit fire, which burned down the entire Medicine King Palace, and then the vermilion bird rushed out of the vermilion bird furnace to pass on the vermilion bird spirit communication to Chu Xinghe. The vermilion bird enveloped the entire Medicine King Palace, and the elder shouted frantically for everyone to retreat. At this moment, no one is allowed to fight the fire. If extinguishing the fire obstructs the transmission of the vermilion bird spirit communication, then each and every one of them will be eternal sinners of the vast heaven sect. What Medicine King Palace? If it burns, let it burn. With the strength of the vast heaven sect, rebuilding the Medicine King Palace is not a difficult task. But this vermilion bird spirit communication, the vast heaven sect has waited for 400 years, and today the vermilion bird has finally arrived. The flames crazily turned the entire Medicine King Palace into ashes. Countless people who saw the flames soaring from various mountains rushed to the Spirit Crane Palace, but everyone who arrived was dumbfounded because at this moment, the elder in the Spirit Crane Palace issued a strict order that no one was allowed to put out the fire. When they heard this news, the people who came to help were all stunned. What is happening in the Spirit Crane Palace? Your Medicine King Palace is gone, and you still won't put out the fire. Are all the people in the Spirit Crane Palace drunk? Then everyone noticed that every person in the Spirit Crane Palace exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Wow, are they really drunk? But soon, as the elders from various mountains arrived to help at the Medicine King Palace, they truly understood what had happened. A huge vermilion bird enveloped the entire Medicine King Palace, and within the endless sea of fire, a person wrapped in golden flames was suspended in midair. The vermilion bird continuously danced around this person. Vermilion bird spirit communication. The people who came to help understood why the elder had forbidden them from putting out the fire. Is this fire caused by the vermilion bird spirit communication? Clearly, this is the flame brought by the vermilion bird spirit communication from the inheritance of the Medicine King, which happened 400 years ago. This fire that burned the Medicine King Palace to ashes came from the vermilion bird spirit communication of the Medicine King's inheritance. Wow, now everyone finally understands why they didn't see any anger or sadness on the elder's face just now, but instead saw ecstasy. At first, everyone thought the elder was laughing out of anger, but now they know, he was really happy. They burned down the Medicine King Palace, but they obtained the inheritance of the Medicine King. Even if they burned down the entire Spirit Crane Palace, the elder would still be willing. The raging fire continued to burn, and the inheritance of the vermilion bird was finally completed within the flames. In the end, the vermilion bird turned into a stream of light and drilled into Chu Xinghe's brow. Behind Chu Xinghe, the flames surged, and the golden flames behind him transformed into a vermilion bird shadow. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared, as if it had bestowed Chu Xinghe with a pair of flaming wings. And Chu Xinghe also woke up from the inheritance, his mind filled with various knowledge of alchemy. It was almost like a mess. But this inheritance brought unimaginable benefits to Chu Xinghe. The pattern of evening primrose is like this, the texture of moon shadow grass is like this, the faint light of moon soul grass is like this. Everything that Chu Xinghe had desperately tried to remember before, now he could easily recall with a single thought. At this moment, Chu Xinghe also realized what had happened, but the problem was that this was not what he wanted. I really don't want to be an alchemist. I want to become a martial emperor. If that's not possible, I can settle for being a martial ancestor. The elder waited until he was certain that the inheritance was 100% complete. Ignoring the burning flames of the vermilion bird, he personally rushed into the fire and hugged the bewildered Chu Xinghe. then carried him out of the fire in a rather embarrassing princess carry. The elder's hair and beard were blackened by the flames of the vermilion bird, but now he was grinning with his small white teeth. Blessed by vast heaven. At this moment, whether it was the people of Spirit Crane Palace or those who had come from outside, they all shouted out when they saw the elder carrying Chu Xinghe out of the flames. Once again, it was, blessed by vast heaven. Chu Xinghe felt like he was going to vomit blood. Why does heaven only bless vast heaven? When will it bless me? Why is it so difficult for me to receive punishment? Someone brought clothes for Chu Xinghe to put on. The flames had already burned everything on his body to ashes, so when he was carried out, Chu Xinghe was completely naked. Just as he put on the clothes, Chu Xinghe spoke with a mournful face. Elder, disciple, accidentally blew up the vermilion bird divine furnace, and ignited the entire Medicine King Palace. Disciple is guilty. At this moment, Chu Xinghe didn't care about anything else. No matter what, he wanted to make one last effort to seek punishment. But when Chu Xinghe said this, the elder burst into laughter. Good child, such a good child, today is the vermilion bird spirit communication, how can we blame you? Moreover, the vermilion bird divine furnace is a divine weapon, how could it be so easily damaged? Look. The elder pointed in the direction of the Medicine King Palace, and when Chu Xinghe looked over, he almost fainted on the spot. He saw the terrifying flames of the vermilion bird divine furnace suspended in midair in the Medicine King Palace. The phantom of the vermilion bird surrounded the fiery red vermilion bird divine furnace, flying around joyfully. Where were the cracks? Where was the appearance of being destroyed? The current vermilion bird divine furnace looked much more magnificent than the original one. This is the true vermilion bird divine furnace. After 400 years, the vermilion bird furnace has finally regained its true appearance. The elder laughed maniacally once again. Chu Xinghe also laughed, but this laughter was much uglier than crying. So, the thing he had just blown up wasn't the true form of the vermilion bird divine furnace. Not only did he not blow up the vermilion bird divine furnace, but he also accidentally obtained the inheritance of the Medicine King. What a commotion! The flames finally extinguished, and the vermilion bird divine furnace descended once again. However, it had turned into a fiery red color, completely different from its previous appearance. But this was the true form of the vermilion bird divine furnace. Good child, did you obtain the inheritance of the medicine saint just now? The elder eagerly asked Chu Xinghe. Yes, Chu Xinghe weakly replied. Although he wanted to say more, he had been exposed in front of so many people. Not only was his secret revealed, but even the inheritance was seen clearly. He didn't even have a chance to lie. Good, 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 3 more, good, words. Every time Chu Xinghe heard the elder say 3 good words, he felt a headache coming on. 400 years. 400 years, our vast heaven sect has finally regained the inheritance of the medicine saint. Heaven blesses vast heaven. Heaven blesses vast heaven. At this moment, whether it was the people from the Spirit Crane Palace or those from other sects, they all shouted together, their voices echoing in the surroundings. I hereby decree that from today onwards, Chu Xinghe will be promoted to a core disciple. The elder seemed to feel that today was not exciting enough, so he stabbed Chu Xinghe once again. Chu Xinghe was holding his chest, struggling to catch his breath. He hadn't even lost his identity as an elite disciple, and now he was directly promoted to a core disciple. What did this mean? After congratulating the elder and Chu Xinghe, the people who had come from various places left one after another. The elder, as if not trusting enough, pulled Chu Xinghe aside and asked various questions about alchemy. In the face of these questions, Chu Xinghe used to hear them like a foreign language, but now he could answer them casually. After all, this was the inheritance of the medicine saint. Finally, after confirming that Chu Xinghe had obtained the inheritance of the medicine saint, the elder burst into laughter once again. He told Chu Xinghe to rest well and not to burden himself with the destruction of the Medicine King Palace. Afterwards, the elder found Feng Fei and gave him various instructions and tasks for rebuilding the Medicine King Palace. Then, surrounded by a group of elders, the elder left with laughter. After the elder left, Feng Fei and the others gathered around Chu Xinghe. Congratulations, senior brother Xinghe. A group of Spirit Crane Palace disciples congratulated him. However, there was a change in how they addressed him. He went from being junior brother Xinghai to senior brother Xinghai. There was no choice. The elder had announced on the spot that Chu Xinghai was promoted to a core disciple, and elite disciples had to address core disciples as senior brother. Senior brothers, you really shouldn't. How can I, Xinghai, dare to let you address me like this? Chu Xinghai looked pleasantly surprised. Upon hearing Chu Xinghai's words, the senior brothers from the Spirit Crane Palace burst into tears on the spot. Look, this is their junior brother Xinghai. Others who have been promoted to core disciples, aren't they all looking down on people? But if you look at junior brother Xinghai, he has been promoted to a core disciple, and possibly holds the record for the shortest time from inner disciple to core disciple in the history of the vast heaven sect. But even in this situation, junior brother Xinghai doesn't have any arrogance at all. Instead, he respects his previous senior brothers just the same. What a broad-minded person he is. Junior brother Xinghai is now a core disciple. According to the rules of the sect, we should indeed address him as such. Shen Chun stood up to explain for Chu Xinghai. Ah, there are rules like that. Chu Xinghai looked panicked and scanned the whole room before speaking again. Senior brothers, Xinghai has come this far with your help. Without you, there wouldn't be the Xinghai of today. Although the rules state this, how could I, who entered the sect the latest, dare to let you senior brothers address me like this? So, if there are outsiders present in the future, senior brothers can address me according to the rules, but if it's just us, please address me as before. After Chu Xinghai finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Feng Fei, who is also a core disciple, looked at Chu Xinghai with admiration. And the other elite disciples around were also deeply moved. Listen, when junior brother Xinghai said we are all one of us, is this a matter of address? This is not forgetting one's roots. Junior brother Xinghai is so outstanding, yet he is not the least bit arrogant because of it. Where can we find such an exceptional junior brother? Let's do as junior brother Xinghai said. Feng Fei finally spoke, and upon hearing Feng Fei's words, the group of elite disciples nodded one after another, but their gaze towards Chu Xinghai was filled with great affection. All right, junior brother Xinghai is the most tired today, he should rest. You all should go back early too. Tomorrow we have to rebuild the Medicine King Palace. Senior brothers have worked hard. Because of Xinghai's reasons, all of you have to work hard as well. Xinghai feels really guilty about it, Chu Xinghai said, bowing 90 degrees to all the elite disciples once again. Seeing Chu Xinghai like this, even those who felt slightly uncomfortable because of rebuilding the Medicine King Palace felt completely at ease now. After all, Chu Xinghai has become a core disciple, and a core disciple being so humble towards them, so many elite disciples, is something that has never happened before. Such an exceptional junior brother, what's wrong with helping him rebuild the Medicine King Palace? Feng Fei left the Medicine King Palace with Chu Xinghai amidst the laughter and joy of the group of senior brothers. Looking at Chu Xinghai's bitter expression, Feng Fei thought that Chu Xinghai was just too tired today, so he instructed Chu Xinghai to rest early and went to rest himself. After Feng Fei left, Chu Xinghai burst into tears. Why is it so difficult to accept punishment? Early in the morning, disciples from Spirit Crane Palace brought exclusive robes for Chu Xinghai, the core disciple. The black robes of the core disciple were adorned with golden threads on the edges, as if speaking of the status of a core disciple. According to the rules, the robes for core disciples should have been delivered within 3 days. However, Xinghai's words last night truly moved everyone. Therefore, the senior brother in charge of the core disciple robes stayed up all night and rushed to deliver Chu Xinghai's core disciple robes early in the morning. The robes even had 2 extra ounces of golden threads and were more exquisite. Chu Xinghai put on the attire representing a core disciple, but there was not much smile on his face. It's difficult. It was already difficult to remove the identity of an elite disciple, so wouldn't it be even more difficult to remove the identity of a core disciple? The only thing that made Chu Xinghai happy was that the reward for losing the identity of a core disciple from the compass of misfortune seemed to be higher. Previously, losing the identity of an elite disciple rewarded the cultivation of a peak martial ancestor, but now, if the identity of a core disciple was lost, the reward would be the cultivation of a peak 5th grade martial spirit at the 1st grade level. Looking at it this way, it seems like it's not completely unacceptable. After washing up, Chu Xinghai had breakfast with many senior brothers and then came to Medicine King Palace. The fire last night razed the entire Medicine King Palace to the ground. Except for the vermilion bird furnace still standing firmly, everything else that could burn was completely destroyed. At this moment, disciples from Spirit Crane Palace had already started cleaning up the aftermath and preparing to rebuild Medicine King Palace. Chu Xinghe did feel a bit guilty, so he joined the team to help. Xinghe Shishong, Shidi, you don't need to help here. Xinghe Shidi, you stayed up all night yesterday. Take a rest first. Although he was rejected in various ways, Chu Xinghe still helped with various tasks. He willingly did whatever work was difficult or tiring, which deeply moved the group of senior brothers. Look, other core disciples act like they're superior, but look at our Xinghe Shidi. He doesn't just talk, he leads by example. They kept busy until noon, and while other senior brothers started resting, Chu Xinghe didn't rest. Today was the day when various palaces came to collect medicinal resources. Although Medicine King Palace was burned down and many medicinal herbs were reduced to ashes, the foundation of Spirit Crane Palace was still there, and the supply to the various palaces was not interrupted. Chu Xinghe helped the disciples in charge of distributing the medicinal resources, busying himself with various tasks. The disciple in charge was also deeply moved. Although Chu Xinghe was tired, doing this kind of work was also a way to vent his guilt and resentment. Senior brothers, I am Lu Bo from the Outer Sect, here to collect the medicinal resources for the Outer Sect. A guy who looked like a fat fish lowered his head and spoke politely. There was no way around it, Outer Sect disciples were like this. The disciple in charge of distributing the medicine casually handed over the medicinal resources to this fat fish Lu Bo. But Chu Xinghe remembered this guy. Wasn't this fat fish the one who brutally beat Chu Chang in the Outer Sect last time? Thinking of Chu Chang, Chu Xinghe spoke up, you are Lu Bo from the Outer Sect. In response to Chu Xinghe's words, Lu Bo said, yes, Shishong. I am Chu Xinghe. Ah, Chu Shishong, hello. Lu Bo obviously knew Chu Xinghe. Hello, Chu Chang and I are from the same hometown. As soon as Chu Xinghe said this, Lu Bo broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that the reason he beat Chu Chang so badly last time was because Chu Chang spread rumors about Chu Xinghe behind his back, and he even received a reward for it. Lu Bo didn't understand. What did Chu Xinghe mean by finding him today? Was it because he was too heavy-handed? Did Chu Xinghe, out of consideration for their hometown connection, want to stand up for Chu Chang? Lu Bo, Chu Chang and I are from the same hometown after all. What happened before is in the past. But I still hope that you can take care of Chu Chang more in the Outer Sect. We mustn't forget our hometown connection. No matter what Chu Chang has done, he will always be my fellow townsman. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, both Lu Bo and the disciples from Spirit Crane Palace were stunned. Listen, this is the realm. Everyone knew about Chu Chang spreading rumors about Chu Xinghe before. Some even speculated that Chu Xinghe was behind the scenes orchestrating the beating of Chu Chang. But now, hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lu Bo truly admired him. There really are people in this world with such broad-mindedness. Such a person is actually suspected of plotting against others behind their backs. Is there any justice or law in this world? Chu Xinghe casually took out a bottle of spirit pill from the side and handed it to Lu Bo, saying, Lu Bo Shidi, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can take care of Chu Chang more in the Outer Sect for my sake. Ah, Lu Bo looked at the pill in his hand, feeling both honored and surprised. Okay. After confirming that Chu Xinghe was not being sarcastic, Lu Bo said seriously, Senior Brother Chu, rest assured, starting from today, with me in the Outer Sect, no one will dare to bully Chu Chang. I can rest assured with your words. Chu Xinghe replied with a grateful smile. Lu Bo prepared to leave after bowing, but at this moment, Feng Fei walked over from not far away. It was clear that he had witnessed everything that happened just now, and he truly admired Chu Xinghe. When he arranged for someone to deal with Chu Chang earlier, he thought Chu Xinghe was just pretending, but today's conversation with Lu Bo made Feng Fei understand. He had underestimated junior brother Xinghe. His heart was truly broad. He was truly righteous. Junior brother Xinghe, this is not right. Feng Fei shook his head with a sigh. Ah, is it because of the pill? Senior brother Feng, rest assured, I will make up for that pill. Chu Xinghe said. Junior brother Xinghe, I'm not talking about the pill. When has our Spirit Crane Palace ever lacked pills? I'm talking about your actions just now. Senior brother knows that you are a good person, but Chu Cheng has a terrible character. He maliciously slandered you behind your back. It was only right to punish him a little. But now you let someone take care of him. From what I know about him, he will not appreciate your kindness, but instead, he will become even worse. Feng Fei's words made everyone around nod in agreement, thinking that junior brother Xinghe was too naive. Moreover, whether it's the inner sect or the outer sect of the vast heaven sect, strength is respected. If Chu Cheng truly has exceptional talent, even if he is sent to the outer sect, he can rise again. But by having Lu Bo take care of him, he will not remember your kindness, and it won't benefit his cultivation. Today, he was beaten because of his lack of strength, and you gave Lu Bo a pill to take care of him. What if he gets beaten again tomorrow? Feng Fei shook his head. I understand what senior brother Feng means, but he is still my fellow townsman. This is the only thing I can do for him. If someone really beats him again, all I can do is give them another pill and ask them not to beat him. Chu Xinghe said with a naive expression, causing Feng Fei to shake his head. In the end, Feng Fei didn't say anything more. After all, junior brother Xinghe's pure and innocent character was what everyone liked about him. Feng Fei left, and on the other side, Fatty Yu, who hadn't gone far, happened to overhear the conversation between Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei. The earlier words made Fatty Yu worry that the pills he had obtained would be taken back, but the later words made Fatty Yu's eyes light up. Chu Xinghe, whether you're naive or not, Fatty Yu doesn't care. What he cares about is, if someone else beats Chu Cheng, will Chu Xinghe give out pills again? There's such a good thing. Fatty Yu's excitement made his pants a little wet, and his narrowed eyes sparkled brightly. Pills, here I come. Fatty Yu left Spirit Crane Palace excitedly, unaware that Chu Xinghe, who was far away, was looking at the direction he left and his excited expression with a satisfied smile. Chu Cheng, you little brat. You actually didn't die last time. But that's fine, I'll slowly torture you. It just so happens that I'm in a bad mood, so let Fatty Yu teach you a lesson. In the outer sect, Chu Cheng, who was bound like a mummy, lay on the bed. I control my own destiny, not the heavens. As the most talented youth in the mountain village, Chu Cheng did not fall down because of a few setbacks. Chu Cheng vowed that when the opportunity came, he would personally take Chu Xinghe's head with a 3-foot sword. No, there's also that fathead fish. That guy must have been brought by Chu Xinghe, it must be him. He wanted to chop off his head and make it into fish head with chopped peppers. Let him know that the price to pay for provoking me, Chu Cheng, is something he can't bear. Just as Chu Cheng was thinking about becoming the peak martial emperor and pointing his sword at the world, the door was kicked open with a bang. A fathead fish and a group of people rushed in from outside. Oh, you guys shouldn't do this. Senior brother Chu Xinghe instructed us to take care of his fellow villager. I have to stop you, you can't lay a hand on Chu Cheng. Oh. I can't stop so many of you. Terrible acting. Extremely terrible. Before Chu Cheng could express his opinion on the fathead fish's acting with his mouth, a fist the size of a sand glass was already in front of him. The dream of becoming the peak martial emperor was shattered by a fist, and a group of people beat Chu Cheng mercilessly. No one knew how long the beating lasted, but it was certain that Chu Cheng's plan of becoming a martial emperor and controlling his own destiny would be postponed for more than a year. In the afternoon, Chu Xinghe continued to follow everyone in the Medicine King Palace, busy with various tasks. The elder brought many other elders to take a look. When they saw Chu Xinghe working hard with everyone, both the elder and the other elders nodded. This child has an excellent character. Yes, elder, Xinghe has a pure and sincere character. Even though he has become a core disciple now, he is not the least bit arrogant. I heard from the disciples below that he still calls everyone senior brother, only following the rules of the sect when outsiders are present. What a good child. Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire, the inheritance of the medicine saint. Either one of them is enough to make someone a pride of heaven. But this child is not the least bit proud. Truly blessed by vast heaven. The elder, with his burnt beard, showed a satisfied smile. Whether it's martial Tao or alchemy, talent is certainly important, but character is even more important. How many people in this world have extraordinary talent but end up disrespecting their teachers and destroying their ancestral teachings? But look at Chu Xinghe. He is humble to his fellow disciples and respectful to his senior martial brothers. Such a child deserves to possess the vermilion bird spirit fire and receive the inheritance of the medicine saint, yet he remains true to his original intentions. The elder felt that bringing Chu Xinghe to the Spirit Crane Palace was the best decision he had ever made in his life. The elder and other elders did not praise Chu Xinghe because they knew that this good child did not need praise. His actions had already told everyone what kind of person he was. The elder and a group of elders left with smiles on their faces. Although Medicine King Palace was destroyed, the strength of Vast Heaven Sect was formidable. Originally, there were too many disciples from Medicine King Palace, causing some overcrowding. Now that it had been burned down, they could build an even more magnificent Medicine King Palace. So, Chu Xinghe did a good job with this fire. In the evening, a dirty Chu Xinghe finished a day's work with his senior brothers from Spirit Crane Palace. He was tired, but when he heard the rumors that Chu Cheng had been dealt with again, all his fatigue disappeared. If it weren't for being inappropriate, he would have gone to the outer gate to see what Chu Cheng had become. As they were preparing to go back and rest with Feng Fei, Shen Chun walked over. Junior brother Xinghe, senior brother Shen Chun, hello. Haha, junior brother Xinghe, you've been busy all day and must be exhausted. When you go back, take off your core disciple robe and give it to an inner disciple. There will be dedicated disciples to clean it for you. This is a treatment only core disciples receive. I can't do that, senior brother Shen Chun, please don't say that anymore. Chu Xinghe said seriously, I was the latest to join, how can I let my senior brothers wash my clothes? I already feel guilty for not being able to help my senior brothers with their laundry. So, I will wash my own clothes. I don't know what treatment other core disciples receive, but please treat me as an ordinary disciple. My senior brothers have already taken care of me so much, and I am grateful to all of them. Shen Chun's eyes filled with tears. It's still junior brother Xinghe. Good, we'll do as junior brother Xinghe says. Oh, by the way, junior brother Xinghe, the spirit tomb will open in a few days. I have already arranged for someone to inquire about the information in various places of the spirit tomb. I wonder what kind of spiritual weapon you like. Ah, Chu Xinghe was stunned. What kind of spiritual weapon did he like? You see, entering the spirit tomb is usually a matter of luck. Vast Heaven Sect believes that the encounter between a spiritual weapon and a disciple is fate. The personal spiritual weapon will accompany the disciple throughout their life until the day of death, when it will return to the spirit tomb. So, fate is very important. This fate, how should he put it, is quite mysterious. Some people have extremely good talent, but just because they accidentally choose the worst spiritual weapon in the spirit tomb, their fate comes, and their future is gone. While others obtain a powerful spiritual weapon, which may change their destiny. But very few people know that this so-called fate is not absolute. Those who enter the spirit tomb are newly recruited disciples who are not familiar with the situation inside the tomb. Even some disciples who are valued by the elders may receive some small news before entering the spirit tomb, but the elders dare not say too much. After all, the rules of the sect are there. But now, does Shen Chun mean that one can choose their own fate? Senior brother Shen Chun, wouldn't this go against the rules of the sect? Chu Xinghe asked solemnly. It won't. I discreetly asked the elder about this matter, and the elder agreed, so it won't go against the rules, and there won't be any punishment. Junior brother, rest assured. Rest assured my foot. After listening to Shen Chun's words, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but laugh in anger. Is this what he meant by not going against the rules? What's the point if there's no punishment? I see. Well, thank you, senior brother Shen Chun. I like, swords. Swords, ha ha, junior brother, rest assured. Within the Vast Heaven Sect spirit tomb, there are 10 divine swords. Although 5 of them are currently in the hands of the elders and sect masters, there are still 5 swords without owners. Although their locations are a mystery, the elder must have some information. Rest assured, junior brother, I will discreetly inquire with the elder and surely gain something. In that case, thank you, senior brother Shen Chun. We're brothers, no need to be polite. Let's go. Shen Chun left, and Chu Xinghe returned to his own room. Feng Fei had already finished washing up and was sitting there drinking tea. Chu Xinghe briefly mentioned Shen Chun's visit to Feng Fei today, with a simple purpose. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry, so he wanted to test the waters and see if there was anything against the rules. This matter is not considered a secret. Each palace's elders will open some back doors for their favored disciples. It's only natural for our Spirit Crane Palace to do the same, so it's not against the rules. Chu Xinghe looked disappointed. If Feng Fei said it wasn't against the rules, then it really wasn't against the rules. Junior brother Xinghe, with your talent, if you can obtain a divine sword, your future will naturally be higher and farther. So, junior brother, go ahead and do it. Thank you, senior brother Feng. Chu Xinghe smiled bitterly. It seemed like there was no chance of breaking the rules. Seeing Chu Xinghe's bitter smile, Feng Fei thought that Chu Xinghe was worried about not being able to subdue the divine sword. After thinking for a moment, Feng Fei spoke, Junior brother, actually, the 5 divine swords don't necessarily rely solely on fate. They also require some tricks, so rest assured, the elder will definitely find a way for you to obtain the divine sword. Ah, Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded, so there were hidden manipulations behind the so-called fate. But Feng Fei didn't continue speaking because he had already said what needed to be said. Chu Xinghe, on the other hand, was contemplating whether to expose these hidden manipulations. If he did, the new disciples would surely be in an uproar. It is estimated that it would have a huge impact on the entire vast heaven sect. But after thinking it over, Chu Xinghe felt that it wouldn't work. If he were to expose this matter, would he be expelled from the sect? Difficult, very difficult. Then would he be punished? Yes. But not severely, because the elder would do everything possible to suppress this matter. With the elder's methods, the possibility of it being resolved without much consequence is extremely high. At most, they would scapegoat Shen Chun, who acted as the intermediary, and claim it as a rumor to settle the matter. Chu Xinghe felt that he couldn't do something that would harm others and not benefit himself. Moreover, obtaining the divine sword is also very important to him. The 10 divine swords of the vast heaven sect are famous throughout the world, just like the sect master's Qingtian sword and the elder's destroying soul sword, they are all treasures. If he could obtain such a divine sword as a spiritual weapon, then his future would be promising. There are still 5 of the 10 divine swords left in the spiritual tomb. With the elder secretly manipulating things, there would be no problem for him to obtain one. Thinking about how he had tricked the elder so many times before, although he hadn't succeeded, he still felt somewhat guilty. At night, Chu Xinghe had a dream. He dreamt that Chu Chungbao, like a Zongzi, came to seek revenge on him, repeatedly saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't underestimate a poor young man. He even said things like, my fate is in my hands, not in the heavens, and, I will cut off my own dog head with one sword. Didn't this brat die? Why is he still playing dream tricks? So, can resentment be so strong that it can manifest in dreams? Angry, Chu Xinghe went to the cafeteria early in the morning. Senior brother, give me 2 zongzi. The ones with the most tightly wrapped and meat filling. After devouring 2 meat-filled zongzi, Chu Xinghe felt much better. This brat Chungbao's resentment is quite deep, isn't it? Your brother Chu has seen it all. Don't just talk about zongzi, come in person and see if your brother Chu can chew you up and swallow you alive. The remnants of the Medicine King Palace have been properly cleaned up. Vast Heaven Sect has its own construction team, and a group of disciples who practice earth and wood-based techniques performed on site to show Chu Xinghe how to build houses. In the past, people always talked about how skyscrapers rise from the ground, but that's all bragging. Here, it truly rises from the ground, where stones are pulled up from the ground and made into pillars. Wow, various palaces centered around the Vermilion Bird Furnace truly rise from the ground. In just a few days, the Medicine King Palace, under the hands of a group of disciples who practice earth and wood-based techniques, has already taken shape. The area of the Medicine King Palace is more than 10 times larger than before, the kind where you can get lost once you enter. Of course, there will definitely be various things that need to be supplemented into the Medicine King Palace in the future, but compared to the abundant financial resources of the vast Heaven Sect, these things are insignificant. Chu Xinghe has been observing the rapid construction for several days. Although he is not particularly interested in becoming a disciple of the earth and wood type martial arts, he truly loves the techniques of the vast heaven sect. However, Chu Xinghe is currently only at the peak of the first-grade martial artist realm. In order to formally learn the techniques, he must obtain a spiritual weapon and step into the second-grade martial master realm. During this period, the elder came to find Chu Xinghe and even sought his opinion on the construction of the Medicine King Palace. Chu Xinghe was truly clueless about this matter and could only leave it to the elder to handle. But these past few days have been the most comfortable for Chu Xinghe. He only needs to watch the miserable performances of the earth and wood type martial arts disciples rising from the ground every day. He doesn't need to do anything himself, and even if he wants to, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, during these few days, Chu Xinghe has been thinking about his next plan. Should he burn the spiritual tomb? That's not realistic. What if the spiritual weapon automatically protects the spiritual tomb and he ends up being pierced by 1,000 swords? That wouldn't be worth it. Just when Chu Xinghe was at a loss, Shen Chun arrived. Shen Chun mysteriously handed a piece of paper to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe took a glance. Oh my goodness. 4 out of the 5 positions of the divine swords were marked. The methods to obtain 3 of them were even clearly written. No wonder the elder said something inexplicable to him when he came earlier. So this is what he meant by, grasp it well. Thank you, Senior Shen Chun. Oh, junior brother, you're too polite. I'm just a errand runner. Junior brother, please don't let down the elder. Senior Shen Chun, rest assured. Junior brother, the elder asked me to tell you that it's best to choose one of these 3 swords. Don't touch the others. And when you enter the spirit tomb, remember not to communicate too much with others. Last time the tomb was opened, a disciple also obtained some information, but he recklessly guided others based on that information. In the end, a group of disciples only obtained the worst spiritual weapons. The anger of the various palaces was so great that even the elder couldn't protect that person, and he was directly expelled from the sect. So, junior brother, senior, rest assured, I will definitely not give random guidance to anyone. Chu Xinghe's tears flowed. Senior Shen Chun, it had to be you. You are now my most respected senior brother. I've been pondering for so many days without any progress. Senior brother, you are an expert. You can tell if something is feasible or not with just one move. Being expelled from the sect for giving random guidance, right? Senior brother, rest assured, compared to me, that person who was expelled is simply a rookie in giving random guidance. Today is a good day, and I believe everything will go smoothly. Chu Xinghe swept away the previous gloom and happily returned to his residence. It seems that junior brother has obtained what he wanted, and his mood is so good. Feng Fei smiled and looked at Chu Xinghe. Senior brother is right. Chu Xinghe nodded and smiled. But don't disappoint the elder's efforts, Feng Fei said. It was obvious that Feng Fei misunderstood. He thought that Chu Xinghe was happy because he had obtained the method to obtain the divine sword. However, what really made Chu Xinghe happy was not just that, but also the news brought by Shen Chun. However, when it came to the matter of the divine sword, Chu Xinghe quickly opened it and took a look. Among the 5 swords, the elder knew the locations of 4 of them, namely Falling Star, New Pavilion Marquis, Solitary Swan, and Soul Slayer. As for the 5th sword named Moon Concealment, the elder only had a rough idea of its location and did not have an accurate position, so it was not written down. Among the remaining 4 swords, except for Soul Slayer which did not have a corresponding accurate method, the methods to obtain Falling Star, New Pavilion Marquis, and Solitary Swan were clearly written, even including the specific routes suitable for each divine sword. It can be seen that the elder really went all out to eliminate the hidden dangers for Chu Xinghe. Feng Fei was stunned after reading it for a moment. The elder really put in a lot of effort. This is probably the first time such detailed records have appeared, Feng Fei said without any fault. As the #1 sect in the world, Vast Heaven Sect not only had strong strength, but also had no major issues in terms of fairness. Usually, when the spirit tomb is opened, the elders of each family would try to take care of their own children, but usually they would just tell you that someone is more suitable for you, maybe in a certain place, maybe with a certain method. At most, it would be like this. Those who could obtain this kind of information were basically treated by the elders as their own children. But what the elder wrote for Chu Xinghe? Oh my god. This is not a hint, it's like the elder personally going to the spirit tomb, taking out the divine sword and placing it in front of Chu Xinghe for him to choose. Others would secretly feed a little, but the elder was like prying open Chu Xinghe's mouth, stuffing the food in, and poking it into his stomach with chopsticks, fearing that Chu Xinghe would have indigestion and then giving him 2 pieces of digestive tablets. So Feng Fei was a little shocked after reading it. But Feng Fei didn't think the elder was excessive at all. After all, in Feng Fei's opinion, Chu Xinghe was destined to take the path of eventually taking over Spirit Crane Palace, so the elder would spare no effort to pave the way for Chu Xinghe. What senior brother said is that the grand elder is probably afraid that I won't understand it. Chu Xinghe could tell from Feng Fei's face just how dark the secret of the grand elder was. Write down these things and then burn them. Feng Fei reminded from the side. Okay. After carefully writing down every word, Chu Xinghe burned the paper in front of Feng Fei. You must remember to keep a low profile, these things are for your own knowledge only, don't dare to give random guidance to others. Feng Fei also reminded. Senior brother, rest assured. Perhaps it was the effect of the zongzi in the morning, or perhaps it was because of a good mood, this night was filled with beautiful dreams. In the early morning, Chu Xinghe continued to go and see the rising earth, while thinking about his next plan. In the afternoon, Chu Xinghe received news that the Ling tomb would open tomorrow morning. Due to the sect master's seclusion, the Grand Elder would personally preside over the Ling tomb assembly. Once the news came out, disciples from all sides had their own thoughts. Although some had received early information, it would be false to say that they weren't nervous. After all, even if the information was accurate, you couldn't guarantee that others hadn't received the same information as you. After all, the elders of various sects wouldn't sit down and have a meeting to discuss where your disciples and my disciples would go. So it was not completely impossible for duplicate information to appear, and once that happened, it would be a race to see who arrived first. Of course, people like Chu Xinghe were unique in the entire Vast Heaven sect. The position of the divine sword in the Vast Heaven sect was usually not revealed to disciples, unless there was an extremely suitable disciple, otherwise they wouldn't be able to obtain it at all. Apart from these people, there were more ordinary inner disciples of the Vast Heaven sect. Outer disciples didn't have the qualifications to enter the entering spirit tomb, only by entering the inner sect from the outer sect could they go in with the next batch of disciples. This time, the Vast Heaven sect recruited 3,000 disciples from all over the world, and this Ling tomb assembly could be said to determine the fate of many people's futures. If they obtained good spiritual weapons, their future path would be smoother, otherwise it would be extremely difficult. So after the news was released, disciples from various palaces could basically see groups of disciples gathering together to discuss the Ling tomb assembly, but it wasn't of much use. After all, the situation inside the Ling tomb, apart from knowing a little bit from some senior brothers, was useless. Which spiritual weapon was good, which one was suitable for oneself, who knows? In the midst of countless people's nervousness and the excitement of a very few, the Ling tomb assembly arrived as scheduled. 3,000 inner disciples gathered on the martial arts field outside the Vast Heaven Palace in the center of the Vast Heaven sect. Although Chu Xinghe stood at the very edge, his presence was still the focus of everyone's attention. The guy who became a core disciple in the shortest amount of time in history. The black disciple robe on him looks so cool. That embedded golden thread looks so handsome. It's a pity, if only I could wear it. Core disciple. I wonder when I will become a core disciple. Don't dream. To become an elite disciple, you must at least reach the level of martial grandmaster in cultivation and have achievements to your name. As for becoming a core disciple, even if you work hard your whole life, it's useless. The core disciples of the sect are personally selected by the elders and are all extraordinary individuals. They are the future pillars of the sect. The sound of discussions continued, with both pleasant and unpleasant remarks, but Chu Xinghe paid no attention. Silence. With a command, the elder walked up to the platform and scanned the disciples below. The elder began to speak. First, there was praise for the sect. Then, the disciples were told that entering the Vast Heaven sect was a rare opportunity and they should cherish it. Finally, there was a brief introduction to the rules of the spirit tomb. The rules were simple. Once inside, you could go wherever you wanted, but each person only had half a day. If you couldn't find a suitable spiritual weapon within the designated time, the sect would forcibly give you a low-level spiritual weapon. This was also a warning to those who aimed too high, reminding them to take a good look at themselves and not just seek divine weapons. In the end, they might end up empty-handed. Although the elder's words were not pleasant, that was the reality. After the elder finished speaking, the platform behind him descended, and with it, a path leading to the back of the vast heaven palace appeared before everyone. This was the road to the spirit tomb. Guided by the sect disciples, everyone began to enter the spirit tomb one by one. Chu Xinghe noticed that the elder intentionally or unintentionally nodded at him before he entered the spirit tomb, encouraging him. Chu Xinghe followed the crowd through the underground passage of the spirit tomb and finally entered the tomb through a misty gate. What came into view was a world similar to an underground cave, with countless huge rocks standing unevenly in front of everyone. On top of these huge rocks, various spiritual weapons could be seen, but at this moment, they all appeared dusty and indistinguishable in terms of quality. While Chu Xinghe was observing the terrain, some people had already set off. Obviously, these people had received some information and were heading towards the spiritual weapons they had in mind. But there were more people standing in place with a confused expression. After all, there were countless paths and rocks here, not to mention the spiritual weapons on top of them. How should they choose? It was all a matter of luck. As Chu Xinghe pondered how to proceed with his plan, he heard a crisp voice from behind. "Excuse me, are you senior brother Chu Xinghe?" A charming girl walked towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe glanced at the girl's chest. "Oh my, it's so big. No, wait, it's the emblem of Chu Lin Palace." That's right, Chu Xinghe just wanted to see where this girl was from, he didn't care about the size. "Hello, junior sister, I am Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, my name is Wan Lin. As a core disciple, senior brother must know more than us. I wonder if senior brother Xinghe can help us." The others behind her also looked at Chu Xinghe, but the girl was prepared to be rejected. After all, the spirit tomb was a matter of personal interest. It's not something that ordinary people would necessarily do, to take out their precious time to help others. But just as the girl was prepared to be rejected, Chu Xinghe spoke up, "Junior sister Wan Lin, there's no need to be polite. Although I am a core disciple, I know about the same things as you. But as a fellow disciple, I am obligated to help. If you don't mind, you can follow me, and I will try my best to guide everyone." "Ah, thank you, senior brother Xinghe." Wan Lin and the disciples behind her were all excited, almost jumping up. Wan Lin looked at Chu Xinghe with sparkling eyes. Previously, there were rumors outside that Chu Xinghe was righteous and willing to risk his life to protect his fellow townspeople. When he entered the Spirit Crane Palace, he received countless praises from his fellow disciples. Wan Lin thought it was just a rumor, but she never expected that Chu Xinghe, as a core disciple, would be so easy to talk to. This made Wan Lin feel that rumors are sometimes trustworthy. And to the other junior brothers and sisters, if you don't know which way to go, you can also follow me. I will do my best to guide everyone. Chu Xinghe raised his arm and immediately received cheers from countless confused disciples. "Thank you, senior brother Xinghe. I'm truly impressed. No wonder senior brother Xinghe became a core disciple. That's right, you don't know, a few days ago, I met a core disciple and called him senior brother, but he didn't even acknowledge me." Being core disciples, the difference in character is so big. Countless people shouted praises for senior brother Xinghe's benevolence and righteousness, and they followed Chu Xinghe's footsteps. However, what Chu Xinghe didn't know was that at this moment, in the vast heaven palace, a group of elders were silently watching everything in the spirit tomb through the vast heaven mirror. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront, feeling both gratified and helpless when he saw that Chu Xinghe was willing to guide his fellow disciples. He was gratified because Chu Xinghe's character was too good. Even if he wasn't a disciple of the Spirit Crane Palace, as long as he was a fellow disciple of the Vast Heaven Sect, he was willing to step forward and help. But he was helpless because Chu Xinghe's actions would delay him a lot of time, and he might not be able to obtain the divine sword himself. In addition to the Grand Elder, the other elders nodded when they saw this scene. They were all sensible people who understood the existence of hidden schemes, but they couldn't speak about it. Looking at their disciples, each of them rushed towards the place where they received the news, afraid of falling behind and missing out on good things. But when they looked at Chu Xinghe, everyone knew that he must have received guidance from the Grand Elder, and even better guidance than what they were given. But what about Chu Xinghe? In the face of his fellow disciples' pleas for help, he didn't hesitate at all. Just based on this, he had won over most of the elders present. It's still the same saying, when looking at disciples, one should not only consider their talent but also their character. Chapter 11. Everything inside the spirit tomb is clearly displayed in the vast heaven mirror. Everyone can see what each person is doing. Some people, as soon as they enter, frantically search for their predetermined location based on the insider information they received. Faced with the pleas for help from their fellow disciples, they not only refuse to lend a hand, but they won't even spare a glance. But on the other hand, when faced with fellow disciples seeking help, Chu Xinghe accepts them without hesitation. The contrast is clear. Vast Heaven Sect, rank as the #1 sect in the world. Every disciple under our sect possesses exceptional talent. While talent is important, character also determines the future. What do you all think? The voice of the elder was soft, but it clearly reached the ears of every elder. During the period when the sect master is in seclusion, the elder manages all the affairs of the sect and naturally oversees every elder. Although the elder did not explicitly say it, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Isn't he basically saying, "Look, what are these disciples you have chosen doing?" Each one of them abandons their fellow disciples without hesitation. Are these the disciples you have chosen? The elder's admonishment will surely lead us to self-improvement. The many elders were also ashamed. This is the difference between people. In the past, when the spirit tomb was opened, everyone was more or less the same, so naturally no one said anything. But today, Chu Xinghe's performance is too outstanding, to the point where everyone else becomes a foil. What's even more frustrating is that when it comes to Chu Xinghe, even if the elder scolds him, the many elders can't say anything. What can they say? Blame Chu Xinghe for helping his fellow disciples? Although Vast Heaven Sect is divided into many factions and palaces, it has always been an extremely united sect. Becoming the #1 sect in the world is not a coincidence. However, these newly recruited disciples obviously don't understand this. They only think about themselves and forget that the Spirit Tomb Assembly is not a martial arts competition where they fight to the death. The people around them are not enemies or opponents, but fellow disciples. Inside the Spirit Tomb, the girls from Cholan Palace followed Chu Xinghe's footsteps, and not only them, but more and more people followed Chu Xinghe's footsteps. Everyone admired this core disciple who was willing to spend his own time to help his fellow disciples. No wonder he is a core disciple, truly righteous and kind. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, like you, this is also my first time entering the Spirit Tomb. Although I have heard some senior brothers talk about what's inside, my understanding is limited. The selection of spirit weapons depends on one's own fate. I can guide you, but in the end, what kind of spirit weapon you can obtain depends on your own fate with the spirit weapon. If you don't get a spirit weapon that satisfies you, please don't blame anyone. Chu Xinghe's words immediately moved the junior brothers and sisters behind him to tears. We will always remember senior brother Xinghe's kindness. Senior brother Xinghe, there's no need for that. You have already done your utmost by guiding us. Senior brother Xinghe is so cool. Wang Lin followed behind Chu Xinghe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She originally just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect senior brother Xinghe to be so good. Led by Chu Xinghe, everyone moved forward, and as they continued, the variety of spirit weapons around them gradually increased. Obviously, this path should be the correct one. Inside the spirit tomb, there are countless paths, and some may even lead to places without any spirit weapons. So, taking the wrong path can be troublesome. However, the path Chu Xinghe is taking is the one he obtained earlier. But Chu Xinghe is not leading everyone to the final position of the divine sword, but to. Soon, with a turn ahead, Chu Xinghe found the place he was looking for. This place is slightly different from the others because there is a stone tablet in front of everyone. Spirit Pool. Wang Lin read the words on the stone tablet in front. The spirit pool can be considered the central area of the entire spirit tomb. This is also where the original spirit tomb of Vast Heaven Sect was located. When the ancestors of Vast Heaven Sect died, the spirit weapons also fell here. Seeing the spirit pool, Chu Xinghe spoke, "This is it. Junior brothers and sisters, you can choose the spirit weapons you need here." Chu Xinghe finished speaking and pointed to the location of the spirit pool. But as soon as he said this, including Wang Lin, countless people around were dumbfounded. Doesn't senior brother Xinghe know what this place is? Wang Lin was stunned. I know, it's the spirit pool. Then why does senior brother Xinghe let us choose spirit weapons here? Yes, the Lingqi is the location of the earliest Lingzong of the Vast Heaven Sect, and the Lingbing here is also the oldest batch. That's right, many of these Lingbing are even damaged, and even the undamaged ones are the worst. What does senior brother Xinghe mean by this? Choosing Lingbing here, isn't this a trap? For a while, chaos ensued. As everyone said, the Lingqi of the Vast Heaven Sect contained the Lingbing of the earliest ancestors of the Vast Heaven Sect. However, during that era, the Vast Heaven Sect was not yet the #1 sect in the world, and the Lingqi of the Vast Heaven Sect at that time did not have as rich and diverse Lingbing as it does now. Therefore, both the abilities and other aspects of the Lingbing were not as good as they are now. Chu Xinghe's decision to have everyone choose here was clearly a trap. At that moment, everyone looked at Chu Xinghe with doubt and anger. What happened to guiding them? What does this mean, setting a trap for everyone? Not to mention the Lingzong, even in the Vast Heaven Palace at the moment, the elders and many elders in front of the Vast Heaven Mirror also had their faces changed drastically. Because no one expected that Chu Xinghe would bring everyone to this place. What happened to benevolence and righteousness? Isn't this clearly setting a trap? In the Lingzong, Wanlin also looked puzzled. What is senior brother Xinghe trying to do? Is he clearly setting a trap for everyone? The emotions of the disciples around them became more and more excited, and even a few hot-tempered ones were about to curse. They said that even if Chu Xinghe was a core disciple, if he harmed everyone like this, they would jointly report him and not let him get away with it. Shut up, all of you. Amidst the noise, Chu Xinghe shouted loudly, his voice shaking the surroundings and successfully suppressing all the voices. Do you think I'm harming you? Making you choose the worst Lingbing? Chu Xinghe's words made countless people nod. Ha ha ha, it's tragic. This is simply the greatest tragedy in the world. Chu Xinghe's face was filled with sadness as his gaze swept across the entire venue and he slowly spoke. 1,000 years ago, our first-generation ancestor, the Vast Heaven Great Emperor, emerged from a small mountain village. The ancestor did not have unparalleled talent or any divine weapons, but he created the Vast Heaven Sect with his own strength. In the hundreds of years that followed, countless sects rose and fell in the world, buried in the long river of history. But our Vast Heaven Sect has been steadily advancing from an unknown small sect, overcoming difficulties and obstacles. 400 years ago, I, the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor, was born in the Vast Heaven Sect. I was a rare talent, beheading demons and exterminating evil. On that day, 4 words appeared above the gate of my Vast Heaven Sect, #1 in the world. For the next 400 years, the Vast Heaven Sect has remained unshakable in its position as the #1 sect in the world. But today, I want to ask all of you junior disciples, who still remembers the spirit weapon of the first generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor. And what about the spirit weapon of the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor? The whole audience fell silent. Let me tell you, the spirit weapon of the first generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor was called the Profound Iron Sword. It is the one right in front of your eyes. Chu Xinghe pointed to the spirit weapon inserted at the highest point behind him. After 1,000 years, it has become worn and damaged, but it is precisely this wear and tear that speaks of its former glory. And the spirit weapon of the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor is called the Water Star Sword. It is also an inconspicuous spirit weapon right in front of you. Chu Xinghe pointed to the Water Star Sword again, which still appeared unremarkable. After 1,000 years, from obscurity to the pinnacle, how many people still remember the past? It's pitiful. Chu Xinghe's face was filled with sorrow and regret. We enter the Vast Heaven Sect, come to the Spirit Tomb, and choose our own spirit weapons. But are we only here to choose spirit weapons? No, we are here to pay homage to the ancestors and understand their past glory. Today, as you look at these spirit weapons before you, you dare to tell me that they are trash. But who among you remembers that each and every one of them fought alongside their owners for the vast heaven sect until the very end? Silence. At this moment, the spirit tomb was quiet. The path of cultivation is difficult as reaching the heavens. A spirit weapon can make our cultivation path much smoother. But let me ask you, the 10th generation vast heaven great emperor, who wields the water star sword, can still lead the vast heaven sect to the peak. Why can't we? 400 years ago, our ancestors did not have divine weapons, yet they still brought the vast heaven sect the reputation of being number one in the world. But today, all of you, the pride of heaven, stand here only thinking about obtaining a spirit weapon to make your cultivation path easier. Are you worthy of being disciples of the vast heaven sect? Silence. Not only was the spirit tomb quiet, even the vast heaven mirror was silent. The Grand Elder and many elders were all lost in thought. 400 years ago was the peak era of the vast heaven sect, and even until today, it seemed that the vast heaven sect could no longer surpass its former glory. Everyone was asking why. The vast heaven sect has more resources than before, and the disciples' aptitude is better than before, but they still cannot recreate the past brilliance. Why? And today, Chu Xinghe gave everyone the answer. We have forgotten our original intention. We all want to obtain stronger spirit weapons, we all want more resources. But the path of cultivation, external things are just external things. Only by finding our original intention can we regain our former glory. Now I ask you, do you still think the spirit weapons in this spirit pool are ordinary? Chu Xinghe finished speaking in one breath, his voice filled with tears. As they say, if you want to deceive, cough cough, move others, you must first move yourself. Whether they believe it or not, he believed it himself. Stay true to your original intention, and you will achieve success in the end. The elder silently uttered these 8 words, looking up at Chu Xinghe in the vast heaven mirror. Chu Xinghe, seeing the countless disciples lost in contemplation, knew that he needed to ignite their spirits even more in order to succeed. 400 years ago, our ancestors reached the pinnacle without relying on external objects. What makes us any less capable today? Do you think you are inferior to others? No, we're not. Wan Lin, with tears in her eyes, spoke up. With Wan Lin's words, more voices immediately echoed around them. Senior Xinghe, I was wrong. I used to think that Senior Xinghe was intentionally tricking us, but I didn't expect that Senior Xinghe's cultivation level far surpasses ours. Our ancestors relied on these spiritual weapons to establish our current prosperity 400 years ago. Today, we have forgotten their aspirations and blindly pursued external objects. Senior Xinghe is right. The path of cultivation is full of obstacles, and external objects can assist us, but if we only pursue external objects, how can we reach the pinnacle? A young man suddenly emerged from the crowd, confidently walked to the edge of the spiritual pool, and grabbed a spiritual weapon. Dust scattered from the weapon as if responding to him, and it emitted a flash of light, acknowledging him as its master. With the first person taking a spiritual weapon, others followed suit. Wan Lin also stepped forward, deeply bowing to Chu Xinghe before selecting her own spiritual weapon and obtaining her destined spiritual weapon. More people came forward to take the spiritual weapons, but many still remained in a state of observation. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. It was just a spiritual weapon, after all. He had just said that it was merely an external object. Today, if the divine sword is not given up, and if you all are not convinced, I will not give up. Chu Xinghe stepped forward to the spiritual pool, looking at the seemingly ordinary spiritual weapons before him. Without much hesitation, he casually locked his gaze on a sword that seemed pleasing to the eye. Chu Xinghe had made his decision. The path of cultivation is filled with thorns. I have had doubts, but I have never retreated. After saying this, Chu Xinghe took a step forward. Seeing Chu Xinghe also choosing a spiritual weapon, the disciples who were still hesitating below suddenly became resolute. Senior Xinghe, a prominent core disciple with an infinitely bright future, had the courage to cultivate without relying on external objects. As he said, even though the path of cultivation is filled with thorns and he has had doubts, he has never retreated. Perhaps this is the true path of cultivation. If Senior Xinghe can make such a choice, what do we have to hesitate about? In an instant, countless people dispelled their last trace of doubt and walked towards the spiritual pool. They chose one spiritual weapon after another, which would become their lifelong companions. Although these spiritual weapons were of low grade, every person who obtained one had an unwavering determination in their eyes. Chu Xinghe watched as more and more people made their choices, knowing that he had to make a sacrifice today. With a firm resolve, Chu Xinghe directly grabbed the ordinary sword before him. Holding the sword high, he sang to the sky. The great rock soars with the wind for a day, ascending 90,000 miles. Today, we will forge our brilliance once again. Today, we, the generation of today, let us shine again. At this moment, everyone shouted along with Chu Xinghe. But just as Chu Xinghe was using his spiritual energy to make the audience's spiritual swords complete their recognition, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! The spiritual sword in Chu Xinghe's hand was controlled by an unknown force, and it actually flew out of Chu Xinghe's palm and inserted itself back into its original position in midair. At the same time as the sword was inserted, strange sounds appeared all around. Buzzing. A burst of noise came, and for a moment, all the spiritual soldiers in the spiritual pool began to tremble. This scene left Chu Xinghe confused. What was going on? But before the vast heaven mirror, the elders and others saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise. The emergence of the divine sword. All spirits returned together. The elder widened his eyes. There were 10 divine swords in the vast heaven sect spiritual pool, and every time a divine sword recognized its master, countless spiritual soldiers would tremble together. It was the emergence of the divine sword, where all spirits returned together. But there were no divine swords here at the moment, so what was going on? Soon, the elder realized that something was wrong. In the vast heaven sect spiritual pool, there were not just tens of thousands of spiritual soldiers, but millions. These were all the spiritual soldiers collected over thousands of years. According to the previous situation when the divine sword emerged, there would be many spiritual soldiers trembling together, but there were no divine swords in the area where Chu Xinghe was. Why were these spiritual soldiers trembling? Moreover, soon many elders discovered that not only were the spiritual soldiers trembling where Chu Xinghe was, but all the spiritual soldiers in the entire spiritual tomb were starting to tremble, including those that had already recognized their masters. And this tremor was not limited to the spiritual tomb. Soon, starting from the spiritual tomb as the center, all the spiritual soldiers in the hands of everyone in the vast heaven sect began to tremble. Not only the ordinary disciples, but the elders also found that one of their 10 great divine swords, the soul-annihilating sword, was completely out of control and flew out from their bodies. The soul-annihilating sword floated in midair and trembled along with the others. At this moment, it seemed as if something in heaven and earth was stirring the entire vast heaven sect, and all the spiritual soldiers were trembling towards the direction of the spiritual tomb. What is happening? Many elders were dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a situation before. The emergence of the divine sword would cause all spirits to tremble, but what did it mean when all the spiritual soldiers in the entire vast heaven sect were trembling? Boom! Just as everyone was surprised about what was happening, a loud roar came from the spiritual tomb, and the next moment, the central pillar in the spiritual pool exploded. 1, 2, 3, 9 beams of light of different colors burst out from the exploding stone pillars and shot up into the sky. The 9 beams of light were unbelievably fast, but they all arrived at the same position in an instant, which was where Chu Xinghe was. For a moment, the 9 divine lights revolved around Chu Xinghe frantically, as if they were cheering. Accompanying the 9 divine lights, a white light also flew out from the exploding stone pillars. Vast Heaven Sword Sheath. This is the Vast Heaven Sword Sheath. The Grand Elder exclaimed at this moment, and the group of elders behind him all had their faces changed drastically. The Vast Heaven sect has 10 divine swords that are famous throughout the world. But only a few people know that the 10 divine swords of the Vast Heaven sect are not the sect's strongest spiritual weapons. The Vast Heaven sect's strongest spiritual weapon is the Vast Heaven Sword Sheath obtained by the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor in his later years. Inside this sword sheath are 9 ancient divine weapons. Even the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor could only obtain it but couldn't use it, so in the end, the Vast Heaven Great Emperor named this sword sheath the Vast Heaven Sword Sheath and sealed it in the Vast Heaven Sect's spiritual tomb, becoming the strongest spiritual weapon to suppress the million spiritual soldiers of the Vast Heaven Sect. For 400 years, every generation of strong individuals in the Vast Heaven sect has tried to communicate with the Vast Heaven sword sheath, but the Vast Heaven sword sheath hidden in the stone pillars has never responded. Even the Vast Heaven Great Emperor of that year couldn't do it, so in the end, everyone gave up. But today, the Vast Heaven sword sheath emerged from the ground. After 400 years, 9 swords emerged to dance for Chu Xinghe alone. The divine weapon appeared, and all spirits celebrated together. The entire spiritual tomb, all the spiritual soldiers of the Vast Heaven sect, were now bowing towards the direction of the Vast Heaven sword sheath. The elders in front of the Vast Heaven mirror had their eyes almost popping out at this moment. No one expected that Chu Xinghe's unwavering declaration and determination would actually stir the Vast Heaven sword sheath and make it willing to recognize its master. The 9 divine lights continued to revolve around Chu Xinghe. Flying locust, thunder shadow, hanging shears, white rainbow, soft loop, one-line heaven. However, evil, shattered stars, ding hai. Each of the 9 divine swords has unique attributes and extraordinary abilities, and each one is even stronger than the top 10 divine swords of the Vast Heaven sect. At this moment, the 9 divine swords revolve around Chu Xinghe, and countless rays of light spread wildly in all directions, with the Vast Heaven sword sheath as the center. In an instant, all the disciples who obtained the spiritual weapons around Chu Xinghe were covered by the light of the divine swords, and for a while, they seemed to be immobilized in place, just like being subjected to the immobilization technique. The sword sheath recognizes its master and benefits all beings. They have all entered enlightenment. The elder exclaimed again when he saw this scene. In the spiritual tomb, everyone felt as if they had been pulled into an independent world and began to enter a state of enlightenment. Not only did they enter enlightenment, but the spiritual weapons in their hands also began to emit dazzling light, actually merging with them. Sword sheath, appear, benefit all beings, merge the spiritual weapons with the soul. These little guys have made a fortune. The spiritual weapons in everyone's hands merged with their souls, and for a while, the light of their spiritual weapons became even more brilliant. They reached a state of coexistence with their spiritual weapons. In this way, although their spiritual weapons were not of high level, they could continuously improve themselves along with their owners, turning each spiritual weapon into a treasure. For a while, the entire spiritual tomb was in chaos. Those who had previously made up their minds to obtain spiritual weapons all entered enlightenment, while those who hesitated now had no chance to benefit. They rushed towards the spiritual pool again to try to obtain spiritual weapons, but it was already too late. Wan Lin was the first to wake up. At this moment, she looked at the spiritual weapon that had merged with her soul and was so excited that she almost jumped up. What kind of spiritual weapon is the best in the world? Is it a divine sword? No, although divine swords are powerful, the spiritual weapons that can merge with your soul are your strongest partners. They will never betray you and will never disappoint you. And today, Wan Lin never dreamed that she would actually obtain a spiritual weapon that could merge with her soul. It's all thanks to Senior Xinghe. Senior Xinghe's words gained the recognition of the Vast Heaven sword sheath, and the sword sheath also gave the greatest benefits to all those who shared the same aspirations as Senior Xinghe. One by one, those who obtained the spiritual weapons and merged with them were ecstatic, while those who hesitated and didn't take action to obtain the spiritual weapons were frustrated and almost spitting blood. This was a great opportunity, how could they have missed it? Why didn't I understand Senior Xinghe's good intentions? Buzz. Another tremor came, and all 9 swords flew into the Vast Heaven sword sheath. The Vast Heaven sword sheath flew in midair and appeared in front of Chu Xinghe. The sword sheath flashed and directly pierced Chu Xinghe's left shoulder, leaving a mark on his body. The Vast Heaven sword sheath. It actually recognized its master. Just as everyone watched the Vast Heaven sword sheath enter Chu Xinghe's arm and recognize its master, a voice shook the sky, and a figure stepped on the void and came from among the mountains. The world under the figure's feet seemed to be shattered by his step. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the Vast Heaven mirror in the Vast Heaven hall. Greetings, Sect Master. Including the elders, everyone bowed to the newcomer. He was the master of the Vast Heaven sect, the Vast Heaven martial emperor Ji Yumingchao, who was known as the #1 martial artist in the world. But at this moment, Ji Yumingchao didn't pay any attention to the many elders. Instead, he stared fixedly at the Vast Heaven mirror, at Chu Xinghe who had obtained the recognition of the Vast Heaven sword sheath in the Vast Heaven mirror. Ji Yu Mingqiao is closed off, and the vast heaven sect will not come out unless there is something that he cannot solve. Even when the vast heaven sect's Hong Zhang rang 9 times before, Ji Yu Mingqiao did not pay much attention. But today, Ji Yu Mingqiao came out. Because of the vast heaven sword sheath's activation, not only did the Elder's soul-annihilating sword respond, but Ji Yu Mingqiao's sky-lifting sword was also involved. Knowing that it can make a divine sword submit, Ji Yu Mingqiao understands that it is the legendary vast heaven sword sheath that only exists in the vast heaven sect. However, when Ji Yu Mingqiao saw everything in the spirit tomb through the vast heaven mirror with his own eyes, he was still shocked by everything in front of him, despite being somewhat prepared. The vast heaven sword sheath, which even the vast heaven great emperor could not subdue, unexpectedly chose a disciple who had just entered the sect as its master today. After all, only disciples who have just entered the sect can enter the entering spirit tomb. But soon, Ji Yu Mingqiao noticed something wrong. This disciple who obtained the vast heaven sword sheath was actually wearing the clothes unique to core disciples. So, he is a core disciple. But Ji Yu Mingqiao remembers that among this group of disciples who entered vast heaven sect, although there were a few outstanding ones, they were only qualified to become reserve elite disciples. When did a core disciple appear among this group of disciples? You see, core disciples are different from elite disciples. Elite disciples can be directly appointed by the elders of each palace, but to become a core disciple, only 2 people in the entire vast heaven sect have the authority. One is Ji Yu Mingqiao himself, and the other is the Grand Elder. So Ji Yu Mingqiao immediately looked towards the Grand Elder, wanting to know what had happened during his seclusion. Congratulations to the sect master for coming out of seclusion. Seeing Ji Yu Mingqiao's bewildered expression, how could the Grand Elder not know what the sect master was thinking? And at this moment, when he saw Chu Xinghe in the vast heaven mirror, the Grand Elder was filled with pride. Following that, the Grand Elder began to report in detail everything that had happened during this period of time to the sect master. Starting from the 9 tolls of the Hong Bell, Chu Xinghe willingly took the blame for his fellow townsmen, to the reappearance of the Vermilion Bird spirit fire in the Vermilion Bird Hall 400 years later. Then, the Vermilion Bird set fire to the Medicine King Palace, the Vermilion Bird spirit communicated with the Medicine Saint's inheritance, and now the vast heaven sword sheath in the spirit tomb has recognized its master. After listening to the Grand Elder's account, Ji Yu Mingqiao felt his head buzzing. So many things had happened within the sect during his seclusion. A disciple with such incredible talent has emerged. And what made Ji Yu Mingqiao even more incredulous was that Chu Xinghe was a disciple of the Spirit Crane Palace, where the Great Elder resided. It was understandable for the Great Elder to praise Chu Xinghe to the heavens, but what surprised Ji Yu Mingqiao even more was that the other elders followed suit and praised him as well. From the mouths of the other elders, Ji Yu Mingqiao gained a deeper understanding of Chu Xinghe. He possessed exceptional talent, the Vermilion Bird spirit fire, and the inheritance of the Medicine Saint. Now, he had even obtained the vast heaven sword sheath. But besides his talent, his character and temperament had also gained unanimous recognition from the elders. The vast heaven sect had never lacked geniuses, but to have a disciple who was recognized by almost all the elders was truly unprecedented in the vast heaven sect. At that moment, Ji Yu Mingqiao became very interested in Chu Xinghe. What kind of person was this little guy? In the spirit tomb, as the vast heaven sword sheath merged into Chu Xinghe's body, the shackles that had kept him at the first-grade martial artist level were finally broken. His spiritual power instantly surged, and Chu Xinghe successfully stepped into the second-grade martial master realm. This was considered truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. It wasn't just Chu Xinghe who stepped into the second grade. At this moment, all the disciples who had chosen the spiritual weapons here, not only fused their souls with the spiritual weapons, but also achieved a breakthrough through enlightenment, all stepping into the second grade in one fell swoop. Senior brother Xinghe, I will never forget your kindness. Wan Lin's chest heaved with excitement as he bowed 90 degrees to Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, we will never forget your kindness. Behind Wan Lin, more awakened disciples also expressed their gratitude to Chu Xinghe. But faced with so many people's gratitude, Chu Xinghe didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Actually, I just wanted to trick you all a little bit. Who could have imagined that I would trick you and end up with the vast heaven sword sheath? Originally, I wanted to trick so many disciples. When they all realized it, it would have caused a huge commotion. If it really reached the sect master's ears, with so many disciples being tricked by me, even the great elder probably wouldn't be able to protect me. Even if I wasn't expelled from the sect, heavy punishment was inevitable. But now, the vast heaven sword sheath was tricked out, and because of its benevolence towards all living beings, those who should have been tricked became the biggest beneficiaries of this incident. But then again, being able to obtain the vast heaven sword sheath this time, I am still quite satisfied. Senior brother Xinghai, please help the rest of us. Someone spoke up again, and these people were the ones who had not been successfully fooled earlier. Because they hesitated and did not choose the spiritual weapons here, they were naturally excluded when the vast heaven sword sheath recognized its master and bestowed its blessings upon all living beings. Originally, they had intended to wait and see, but this one hesitation caused them to miss a great opportunity. Now, each and every one of them regretted their past decisions. HMPH, do you still have the face to ask for help? Senior brother Xinghai has shown us the way and opened up such an opportunity for us. Yet, you doubted senior brother Xinghai's intentions and now you dare to ask for his help. Wanlin couldn't bear to watch anymore. Xinghai's senior brother created opportunities for everyone, but these people missed out and are still begging Xinghai's senior brother. They really have no shame. Actually, at the beginning, Wanlin also suspected that Xinghai's senior brother might have ulterior motives, but now the results have already proven everything. Moreover, when selecting the spiritual weapons just now, Xinghai's senior brother didn't even know about the existence of the vast heaven sword sheath. He chose the same ordinary spirit weapons as everyone else. It's just that everything Xinghai's senior brother did moved the vast heaven sword sheath, and it chose to recognize Xinghai's senior brother as its master. Yet, despite all this, these people still don't trust Xinghai's senior brother. Wanlin really wants to give them a big slap. At this point, those who didn't obtain a spiritual weapon are filled with regret. Why didn't they believe in Xinghai's senior brother? Xinghai's senior brother's character is well known throughout the sect. If they had chosen to trust Xinghai's senior brother, they would have definitely obtained a spiritual weapon that harmonizes with their soul by now. They also know that there is no regret medicine in this world. At this moment, all they can do is silently swear that in the future, wherever Xinghai's senior brother points, they will follow without a trace of doubt. Fellow junior brothers, the vast heaven sword sheath's blessings to all living beings are not something I can control. At this point, all I can say is sorry to everyone. However, there is still some time left now. Everyone can continue to search for their desired spiritual weapons. As I've said before, the path of cultivation is filled with thorns. Perhaps we have hesitated, but I believe we have never retreated. After Chu Xinghai finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted around him. Wanlin's eyes were filled with tears. Listen, this is the realm. Xinghai's senior brother's realm has long surpassed ours. Even in the face of these people who doubted and mistrusted him, Xinghai's senior brother has no complaints at all. He is even willing to guide them at this moment. He is truly an exceptional senior brother. Countless people who didn't obtain a spiritual weapon, despite being filled with regret, still embarked on the path of seeking spiritual weapons. Chu Xinghai guided them in the right direction, perhaps giving them some help. When Chu Xinghai and a group of disciples who obtained spiritual weapons came out of the spiritual tomb in high spirits, many elders of the vast heaven sect, including the sect master Ji Yu Mingzhao, were already standing at the entrance of the spiritual tomb. Disciples pay respects to the sect master and all the elders. Chu Xinghai led everyone to bow to the group of high-ranking figures. Ji Yu Mingzhao nodded slightly. Rise. Thank you, sect master. After everyone stood up, Ji Yu Mingzhao and all the elders' gazes fell on Chu Xinghai, especially Ji Yu Mingzhao. Among the 3,000 disciples of the vast heaven sect, he remembered all those who were slightly outstanding, but Chu Xinghai, he truly didn't remember at all. However, for someone to rise so quickly in such a short period of time, Ji Yu Mingzhao believed that they must have overlooked something back then. This time, Chu Xinghai obtaining the vast heaven sword sheath is a blessing from heaven to the vast heaven sect. The Grand Elder's face was smiling like a blooming flower. May vast heaven bless us. The other elders also spoke up together. Xinghai, bring out your vast heaven sword sheath and let us have a look. The Grand Elder walked up to Chu Xinghai, his face filled with pride. Yes, Chu Xinghe didn't say much. With the activation of his spiritual power, his left arm moved to the side, and a white light burst out, transforming into the vast heaven sword sheath suspended in midair in front of Chu Xinghe. Flying locust. With a thought from Chu Xinghe, a yellow light flew out from the sheath. The flying locust quickly arrived in front of Chu Xinghe. The shape of the flying locust was not that of an ordinary sword, but rather an oval-shaped stone. However, during its flight, sword energy automatically generated on its surface. This was the first sword, the flying locust, among the 9 swords of the vast heaven sword sheath. It was also the only one Chu Xinghe could currently use. However, when the flying locust appeared, everyone present, including Ji Yumingchao, had a drastic change in their expressions. A flying sword. This is the legendary flying sword. Everyone looked at the flying locust, which moved according to Chu Xinghe's thoughts, with an incredulous expression. The flying sword, an existence only found in legends, capable of chasing souls from thousands of miles away. To this day, the world was left with only the legend of the flying sword. The vast heaven sect had 10 divine swords, with the sect master's Qingtian sword ranking first. However, even with the Qingtian sword in the hands of the sect master, it could only briefly control the sword. But that was not the ability of the Qingtian sword itself, but rather due to Ji Yumingchao's formidable cultivation, allowing him to control the sword with his body. However, the Qingtian sword couldn't be too far away from the sect master. However, the flying locust was completely different. The flying locust was a true flying sword, and all 9 swords within the vast heaven sword sheath were flying swords. Ji Yumingchao couldn't help but imagine the terrifying scene if Chu Xinghe truly mastered the vast heaven sword sheath and all 9 swords were unleashed with a single thought. Even the 10th generation vast heaven great emperor, who was undoubtedly the strongest existence in the entire history of the vast heaven sect, couldn't subdue the vast heaven sword sheath back then. And now, the vast heaven sword sheath actually recognized Chu Xinghe as its master. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Xinghe, although our vast heaven sect does not possess the art of flying swords, I have dedicated my life to the study of the sword path. Are you willing to become my direct disciple and learn swordsmanship from me? Ji Yumingchao spoke, and his words plunged the scene into silence. The sect master. He wants to take Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple. A leap to the top. Vast Heaven Sect occupies the entire Vast Heaven mountain range, and within the sect, there are 18 palaces. However, above these 18 palaces is the Vast Heaven Palace where the sect master resides. Disciples of Vast Heaven Sect will cultivate under various elders in the 18 palaces, but the Vast Heaven Palace is different. There are no elite disciples or core disciples in the Vast Heaven Palace. Only the sect master's direct disciples are allowed in. 30 years ago, Ji Yumingchao took over as the current sect master of Vast Heaven Sect. However, in these 30 years, he has never taken in any disciples. But who could have imagined that today, he would take the initiative to accept Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple? Everyone present was stunned. The sect master's only direct disciple. What an honor. The sect master's direct disciple also has another name, the chief disciple. That's right. The sect master's direct disciple is the chief disciple of Vast Heaven Sect. Ji Yumingchao hasn't taken in any disciples for 30 years, but today, Chu Xinghe's Vast Heaven sword sheath has finally moved Ji Yumingchao. Ji Yumingchao intends to pass on his legacy to him as a successor. If Chu Xinghe can receive Ji Yumingchao's legacy, then the future. Everyone was moved, and countless gazes fell on Chu Xinghe. At this moment, as long as Chu Xinghe nodded, he would become the sect master's direct disciple and leap to become the chief disciple of Vast Heaven Sect in this generation. I'm sorry, sect master, but I don't want to become your direct disciple. What the hell? In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, including Ji Yumingchao, who looked at Chu Xinghe with an incredulous expression. He refused. Chu Xinghe actually refused. He refused to become the sect master's direct disciple and refused the opportunity to become the chief disciple. He must be crazy. This guy must be crazy. Even the elders were looking at Chu Xinghe with disbelief. When the sect master proposed to accept Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple, the elders were somewhat resistant, to be honest. After all, they didn't want Chu Xinghe, such an outstanding disciple, to leave Spirit Crane Palace. But when they thought about Chu Xinghei's future, the elders ultimately didn't say anything. After all, becoming the sect master's direct disciple meant having the opportunity to become the next sect master. The elders didn't want Chu Xinghei to miss such an opportunity. Even the elders thought that Chu Xinghei would agree, but they never expected. Chu Xinghei refused. Sect master, I come from a small place called Kaoshan village. Both my parents passed away when I was young, and I grew up relying on the support of others. Being able to enter Vast Heaven Sect is the proudest moment of my life. In Vast Heaven Sect, I feel the warmth of my fellow disciples, and I have met the elder who made me feel the warmth of a family, who cared for me like parents. On the day I entered Spirit Crane Palace, I silently told myself that the elder treated me like his own, and I also regard the elder as my parent. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. I want to stay in Spirit Crane Palace and serve the elder. Chu Xinghei's words were spoken calmly and unhurriedly, but as soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. When Chu Xinghei refused the sect leader, everyone thought he was crazy. This was such a golden opportunity to rise to the top. But after listening to Chu Xinghei's words, even Ji Yu Mingqiao couldn't help but be moved. In the face of the opportunity to become Ji Yu Mingqiao's disciple, countless people in the world were eager to seize it, but Chu Xinghei did not forget his roots. When Ji Yu Mingqiao heard that Chu Xinghei had shouted in the spirit tomb that we should not forget our original intentions, it didn't mean much to him. But at this moment, Ji Yu Mingqiao was truly shocked by Chu Xinghei. This little guy, he didn't just talk about his original intentions, he truly never forgot them. Xinghei, good, good, good. The elder stepped forward and hugged Chu Xinghei. The words just now really touched the elder's heart. There have been disciples in the Spirit Crane Palace who shouted that the elder was like a parent to them, but when faced with the opportunity to become the sect leader's disciple, they probably threw those words out the window. Good child. A smile finally appeared on Ji Yu Mingqiao's face, a smile from the bottom of his heart. When he asked about Chu Xinghei's situation earlier, he found that most of the elders were praising Chu Xinghei, which made Ji Yu Mingqiao suspect that the elder had arranged it. Otherwise, how could there be such an outstanding child in the world? But at this moment, Ji Yu Mingqiao had no more doubts. This child not only had extraordinary talent, but also an unprecedented character. Perhaps it was because of this child's pure and sincere nature that he was able to gain the recognition of the Vast Heaven Sword Sheath. Good child, I allow you to stay in the Spirit Crane Palace, but your talent must not be wasted. I will personally teach you the Vast Heaven Battle Intent. Ji Yu Mingqiao spoke again, and the scene immediately exploded. Vast Heaven Battle Intent. The sect leader wants to teach Chu Xinghei the Vast Heaven Battle Intent. It should be noted that only the sect leader's direct disciples are qualified to learn the Vast Heaven Battle Intent, and those who learn it are basically considered to be in the running to become the future sect leader. Very few people in the entire Vast Heaven sect are qualified to learn the Vast Heaven Battle Intent. No one expected that Ji Yu Mingqiao, who had been rejected by Chu Xinghei, would still be willing to teach him the Vast Heaven Battle Intent. Hurry up and thank the sect leader for his teachings. Even the elder's eyes were red with excitement. Now he truly regarded Chu Xinghei as his own son. Ah, thank you, master. Chu Xinghei was dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? How did I end up being taught the Vast Heaven Battle Intent? When Ji Yu Mingqiao just mentioned that he wanted to take him as his personal disciple, Chu Xinghei was actually excited. He almost kowtowed right then and there. But Chu Xinghei suddenly realized something. It was already impossible for him to be stripped of his status as a core disciple in the Spirit Crane Palace. If he became the master's personal disciple, there would be no chance for him to be stripped of his status. How could he be expelled from the sect? Becoming a martial emperor step by step. Don't be ridiculous. Just look at these old men around him. There are a few martial emperors among them, but they have all cultivated for a lifetime. My dream is to be expelled from the sect. Originally, Chu Xinghei even thought about rejecting the master on the spot. Even if the master didn't expel him in anger, he would at least leave in a huff and then make things difficult for him, eventually using his position as the master to expel him. Isn't that the normal course of action? But what does it mean when you want to teach me the Vast Heaven Battle Intent without any warning? But now that it has come to this, Chu Xinghei can't refuse. He really can't find a suitable reason. Good child, stay in the Spirit Crane Palace. From today onwards, you are my personal disciple. The elder who was moved just now spoke up, and Chu Xinghe almost cried. So, in the end, he couldn't escape the identity of being a personal disciple. The only consolation for Chu Xinghe is that the probability of being expelled from the sect is higher as the personal disciple of the elder than as the personal disciple of the master. Ji Yu Mingchao nodded with a smile, and the elders came up one after another to congratulate the elder. Looking at their envious faces, the elder's face once again turned into a smile. Ji Yu Mingchao handed Chu Xinghe a vast heaven token and left. With the vast heaven token, he can go to the vast heaven palace to learn the strongest technique of the vast heaven sect, the vast heaven battle intent, under Ji Yu Mingchao's guidance. Countless disciples around him looked at the shining vast heaven token in Chu Xinghe's hand with envy. After all, after coming out of the spirit mound, everyone's cultivation has either reached the second grade or will soon reach the second grade, so it is time to go to the hidden power tower to choose techniques. Although the vast heaven sect has numerous techniques, the most apex level techniques are not accessible to ordinary disciples. They must demonstrate talents that can impress the elders in order to be qualified to learn stronger techniques. But Chu Xinghe was able to learn the vast heaven battle intent, the strongest technique of the vast heaven sect, in one go. So even though Chu Xinghe rejected the master was not angry at all. He even treated him as a personal disciple, otherwise he would never have taught him the vast heaven battle intent. The Spirit Mound Conference has ended, and most of the disciples have obtained spiritual weapons. Whether they are satisfied with them or not is another matter. However, the most unfortunate ones are not these ordinary disciples, but those who received the news from the little Tao. They came out with their high-level spirit weapons, but before they could show off to their own elders, they were scolded mercilessly. What's there to be proud of? Your broken copper and rotten iron are nothing. Look at your senior brother Xinghe. Not only did he obtain the vast heaven sword sheath, but he also received the vast heaven battle intent personally transmitted by the sect master. People die from comparing themselves to others, and goods are thrown away from comparing themselves to other goods. Compared to Chu Xinghe, the disciples from their own sect can't even be considered human anymore, they are at most just goods. After these arrogant geniuses returned to their respective palaces, none of them escaped punishment, each receiving different forms of discipline. When Chu Xinghe heard this news, he immediately spat blood. He had been dreaming of being punished, but no matter how he courted death, he never had the chance. Yet these guys, without doing anything, could receive punishment. Why couldn't he have such good fortune? When Chu Xinghe obtained the vast heaven sword sheath and refused to become the sect master's personally transmitted disciple, instead of getting angry, the sect master spread the news of him receiving the vast heaven battle intent throughout the entire vast heaven sect in a short period of time. From the elders to the outer sect disciples, there was no one who didn't know Chu Xinghe's name. When Fatty Yu told Chu Cheng about this news, he immediately spat out 2 ounces of blood. On this day at Spirit Crane Palace, Feng Fei personally brought Chu Xinghe the attire representing the personally transmitted disciple of the Grand Elder. It was still black, but in addition to the original gold thread border, there were more gold threads forming beautiful cloud patterns on the disciple's attire. From today onwards, I should address you as Senior Brother Xinghe, Feng Fei joked. Feng Senior Brother, it's fine if the other senior brothers tease me, but why are you like this too? Chu Xinghe pretended to be angry. Ha ha ha. All right, Xinghe Junior Brother, that's enough, Feng Fei laughed. After finishing the joke, Feng Fei continued to be busy. Chu Xinghe didn't disturb Feng Fei and instead walked out of the room towards the direction of the vast heaven palace. These days, everyone had started going to the hidden power tower to learn martial arts, but he couldn't go there. After all, he could only learn the vast heaven battle intent from the sect master. With the vast heaven token in hand, Chu Xinghe naturally had unimpeded access and quickly found the sect master, Ji Yu Mingzhao, in the vast heaven hall. Seeing Chu Xinghe's arrival, Ji Yu Mingzhao smiled and waved his hand. Xinghe, today I will impart to you the vast heaven battle intent, but before I do, I have a few things to advise you on, so that you won't make mistakes in the future. Mistakes. Upon hearing these 2 words, Chu Xinghe immediately became alert. So, another opportunity had come. Others are all going to the Kangong Tower to study martial arts, but Chu Xinghe doesn't have this opportunity, which once made Chu Xinghe so angry that he wanted to curse. That's the Kangong Tower, one of the most important places in the vast heaven sect. If he were to set fire to that place, well, he would definitely be able to fly directly. Unfortunately, he couldn't go to the Kangong Tower himself, so he could only come to the Vast Heaven Palace to learn the Vast Heaven battle intent from the sect master. Although the Vast Heaven battle intent is very attractive, it is far less exciting than burning down the Kangong Tower. Xinghe, listen carefully. The inheritance of the Vast Heaven battle intent is one of the strongest inheritances of our Vast Heaven sect. But this martial art must not be passed on without my permission, otherwise. Chu Xinghe became excited. The opportunity had come, otherwise what? Would he be crippled and expelled from the sect? Otherwise, you will be subjected to the punishment of Lingqi until death. Chu Xinghe. This directly blocked all his retreats. Disciple will remember. Well, then I will personally teach you the Vast Heaven battle intent. Ji Yumingzhao nodded in satisfaction and didn't say much more. He began to teach Chu Xinghe the Vast Heaven battle intent step by step. It has to be said that the Vast Heaven battle intent is truly the most apex level martial art. It contains various techniques for body tempering, spiritual cultivation, and various combat methods. Each one is absolutely top-notch. It cannot be compared to the ordinary martial arts in the Kangong Tower. Because ordinary martial arts are relatively singular, the cultivation techniques are for cultivation, and the combat techniques are independent. Therefore, when choosing martial arts in the Kangong Tower, one not only has to choose cultivation techniques, but also martial arts that are suitable for oneself. Once there is a slight mistake in choosing the wrong path, congratulations, not only will you have to start over, but at least your efforts will be halved. But the Vast Heaven battle intent doesn't have this worry at all. In the Vast Heaven battle intent, there are not only cultivation methods, but also various martial arts combinations. This is the experience and summary of countless ancestors of the Vast Heaven sect passed down through generations. The combination of which martial arts with which route of operation is the optimal choice. It can be said that the Vast Heaven battle intent is a perfect match with just one click. What's more unbelievable for Chu Xinghe is that you would think that such an amazing martial art like the Vast Heaven battle intent would be the most complicated to cultivate. But it's just the opposite. This martial art is much simpler than ordinary martial arts. In the words of Ji Yumingzhao, the ancestors had great wisdom and were able to simplify complexity. For a whole day, Ji Yumingzhao taught Chu Xinghe the Vast Heaven battle intent. Although his head was buzzing from learning, Chu Xinghe still perfectly remembered everything. This may be related to the inheritance of the medicine saint. Ever since he obtained the inheritance of the medicine saint, Chu Xinghe found that he had the ability to remember everything at a glance, so he was able to learn various things much faster. In the future, you should diligently practice. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can come to Vast Heaven Palace to ask me at any time. Ji Yumingzhao was still very satisfied with Chu Xinghe. Originally, he thought it would take at least 3 days for Chu Xinghe to learn the Vast Heaven battle intent, but he never expected that this kid had such great talent and learned it in just 1 day. He was even more outstanding than Ji Yumingzhao was back then. Facing such an outstanding Chu Xinghe, although he couldn't become his direct disciple, Ji Yumingzhao had already made up his mind to properly cultivate Chu Xinghe. After all, being a direct disciple was just a title. After bidding farewell to Ji Yumingzhao, Chu Xinghe returned to Spirit Crane Palace. The main construction of Medicine King Palace was already completed, and various decorations were in progress. Now was the time for various large-scale purchases, such as pill furnaces, medicinal materials, and various consumables. The daily amount of purchases needed was astronomical. Every day, Chu Xinghe could see various chambers of commerce coming in and out of Medicine King Palace. Being able to obtain orders from Vast Heaven Sect was a huge opportunity. Vast Heaven Sect was known for its wealth. As long as your goods were good enough, Vast Heaven Sect would dare to offer you a high price. Returning to his room, Feng Fei, who looked exhausted, was leaning on the table, calculating accounts. He didn't even notice when Chu Xinghe came back. Approaching Feng Fei, he finally noticed Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, how was your day of learning? I finished learning. The sect master said my talent is good. It took him 3 days to learn it back then, but I learned it in just 1 day. Hearing Chu Xinghei's words, Feng Fei couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Xinghei was truly extraordinary. Who was the sect master? To receive such praise from the sect master meant that Chu Xinghei was truly outstanding. What are you doing, senior brother Feng? Sigh. Various purchase lists. Feng Fei didn't hide anything and directly placed the lists in front of Chu Xinghei to see. After taking a look, Chu Xinghei realized why Feng Fei was so troubled. The amount of things to purchase was simply too much. Junior brother Xinghei, you don't know. The amount Medicine King Palace needs to purchase this time is too large. If there are any slight mistakes, it will bring unimaginable losses to the sect. I can't afford to be negligent. What kind of situation was this? Hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghei immediately became wide awake. If there were any slight mistakes, it would bring unimaginable losses to the sect. What a great opportunity. Senior brother Feng, why didn't you say so earlier? Even if I have to work hard and endure hardships, I won't be afraid. I will face it head on. Senior brother Feng, I can't bear to see you working so hard. If you trust me, let me help you with this. Chu Xinghei's eyes were shining with excitement. Just as he had recently made a breakthrough and was busy consolidating his cultivation while learning the vast heaven battle intent, Chu Xinghei couldn't find any opportunities to do something on his own. Now that this opportunity was presented to him, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Junior brother Xinghei, how can you say that? How could senior brother not trust you? But these are all trivial matters. If you participate, it will inevitably affect your cultivation. I am angry at what my senior brother said. As a disciple of the vast heaven sect, isn't it my duty to give my all for the sect? If everyone only focuses on cultivation and ignores the various matters of the sect, then what is the purpose of the sect? Chu Xinghei's face was filled with righteousness. Feng Fei nodded secretly. Indeed, Xinghei junior brother is impressive. When I tried to ask others for help before, they all made excuses. But with Xinghei junior brother's high level of awareness, those people would be ashamed when they hear about it. Feng Fei didn't say much and handed a procurement list to Chu Xinghei. This is a list of medicinal herbs to be purchased, indicating the various herbs that need to be procured as well as the quantities. The types and quantities are enough to make one dizzy at a glance. Xinghei junior brother, all the medicinal herbs we need to purchase are listed here. Organize them, and tomorrow the president of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce will personally come to our door. At that time, you just need to provide him with this list for stocking. As for the prices, you can refer to this price reference book. Okay. Chu Xinghei took the procurement list and price reference book and went to the side to study them. There were thousands of types of herbs to be procured, mostly herbs consumed in daily life. The price reference book also indicated the price of each herb. When the vast heaven sect buys things, it's never about how much you sell it for, but how much I want to buy it for. Even the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, which claims to be the #1 commercial organization in the world, has no qualifications to negotiate prices with the vast heaven sect. This is the absolute confidence of the #1 sect in the world. Of course, the prices offered by the vast heaven sect will never cheat people. They are all in line with market prices, allowing you to make a profit. But trying to deceive us is absolutely impossible. Looking at the price reference book, Chu Xinghei felt troubled. The prices were already marked, so what was there to negotiate? Wasn't he just running errands? What if he accidentally caused heavy losses to the sect? How would he bear the consequences? This won't do. If there are difficulties, we must face them. If there are no difficulties, we must create them ourselves and face them. If the prices can't be changed, then we can at least make some adjustments to the herbs. Soon, Chu Xinghei found what he wanted. Procure 3 million plants of the central spirit grass. The central spirit grass is a medicinal herb used to refine spirit pills. It is a very common herb and also the cheapest. But, if the central spirit grass is accidentally replaced with the Shen spirit grass, it would be completely different. What is the Shen spirit grass? Chu Xinghei searched his mind and finally found it. This thing can only be used to refine one kind of pill called the stone-breaking pill. Just by hearing the name, stone-breaking pill, you can tell that it can only do some breaking. And indeed, this stone-breaking pill can only neutralize and immunize against petrification toxins. However, petrification toxins are truly the rarest among all toxins. Even if you bring the divine farmer here and let him taste all the herbs again, he probably won't be affected by petrification toxins. Don't underestimate the uselessness of the stone-breaking pill, but the Shen spirit grass is quite extraordinary. Well, how should I put it? According to Chu Xinghe, this thing meets the three elements of being a scam. Rare, expensive, and practically useless. But this kind of herb is like a dream come true. Buying 3 million zongling grass is cheap, but if you buy 3 million shenling grass, the price skyrockets. It is our duty to create losses for the sect. Chu Xinghe laughed so hard that he drooled, as if he imagined the expression on the elder's face when he saw 3 million shenling grass in front of him. Perfect. After tidying up everything, Chu Xinghe slept soundly. Early the next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Chu Xinghe saw the emblem of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce waiting at the Medicine King Palace. A fat man who looked like he weighed around 300 catties, with a pig-like head and a smile on his face. I am Wei Deqian from the Daxing Chamber of Commerce. Nice to meet you, young hero Xinghe. Although Wei Deqian was the president of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, the Daxing Chamber of Commerce was nothing compared to the vast Heaven Sect. So he appeared very humble. Taking Wei Deqian into a lounge in the Medicine King Palace, without saying much, Chu Xinghe casually handed him the purchase order. After receiving the purchase order, Wei Deqian's eyes lit up. He knew that the vast Heaven Sect needed a lot of medicinal materials, but seeing them in person still shocked him. Chu Xinghe casually handed Wei Deqian the price list as well. This guy obviously knew the vast Heaven Sect's routine. Without wasting any words with Chu Xinghe, he nodded to indicate that there was no problem and began to write down the prices on the purchase order. But soon, Wei Deqian's expression changed. Young hero Xinghe, take a look at this. Is there a mistake with this shenling grass? Wei Deqian pointed to the purchase order that indicated 3 million shenling grass, looking confused. Has the vast Heaven Sect gone crazy? What does it mean to buy 3 million shenling grass? Even for the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, such a large quantity would require tremendous manpower and resources from all over the world. It's not an exaggeration to say that the vast Heaven Sect is essentially monopolizing all the shenling grass produced in the world. The vast Heaven Sect may be rich and powerful, but what's the use of so much shenling grass? So Wei Deqian's first reaction was that there must be a mistake. If it were another sect, he might try to deceive them, but the vast Heaven Sect, sorry, Wei Deqian didn't have the guts for that. So he cautiously handed the list to Chu Xinghe for confirmation. But just when Wei Deqian thought that Chu Xinghe would surely realize the mistake, he saw Chu Xinghe nod slightly and say, the list is correct, prepare according to this. Wei Deqian. Wei Deqian is really stupid, 3 million shenling grass. What does vast Heaven Sect want to do with it? But he didn't dare to ask. He glanced at Chu Xinghe's robe, which only qualified disciples of the direct lineage could wear, and Wei Deqian swallowed all his words. If he were talking to an ordinary disciple today, even an elite disciple, he would have asked the other party to confirm again. But Chu Xinghe, who was so young, had already become the direct disciple of the great elder of Spirit Crane Palace. This was extraordinary. How could such a person make a mistake? There must be some secret in vast Heaven Sect, but he was not qualified to inquire about it. After confirming that the other lists were all correct, Wei Deqian took out the procurement contract. Chu Xinghe didn't even look at it, he just signed his name on the contract with a big stroke. Young hero Xinghe, this contract not only needs your signature, but also the Elder Order of the Great Elder to be valid. Elder Order. Chu Xinghe was startled. The Elder Order was in the hands of the Great Elder. If he took the contract to the Great Elder and the Great Elder found out, wouldn't his plan be ruined? Suddenly, Chu Xinghe thought of something. The Great Elder has been busy with affairs these days, I don't know where he went. It's not easy to find the Elder Order. Can the vast Heaven Order work? That's great. Wei Deqian looked at the vast Heaven Order in Chu Xinghe's hand and was dumbfounded. Who exactly was Chu Xinghe? The vast Heaven Order in vast Heaven Sect could only be obtained when the sect master personally issued it. Being able to possess the vast Heaven Order to some extent represented the sect master's intention. Chu Xinghe, being not only the direct disciple of the Great Elder of Spirit Crane Palace but also having the vast Heaven Order, what was his background? Although Wei Deqian had countless questions in his mind, he didn't dare to ask a single word. The vast heaven order left an imprint on the contract, and the contract officially took effect. Wei Deqian struggled to get his over 300 jin body off the chair and bid farewell to Chu Xinghe with a smile. After seeing off Wei Deqian, Chu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. 3 million shenling grass. The great elder will definitely be pleasantly surprised. Humming, it's a good day today. Chu Xinghe took a stroll in the newly built Medicine King Palace, almost getting lost. In the end, he had to ask a few senior brothers before finding his way out of the Medicine King Palace. In the following days, various purchased items were gradually delivered to Vast Heaven Sect. What does it mean to spend money like water? Chu Xinghe did see it. Each order was enough to bankrupt a great family on the spot, but when Vast Heaven Sect made the payment, they didn't even blink an eye. This made Chu Xinghe sigh. The #1 sect in the world truly lived up to its reputation. Its foundation was too dominant. It was incredibly difficult to destroy Vast Heaven Sect. But how did that saying go? The road ahead is long and winding, I shall seek and explore. No matter how difficult the path to bring down Vast Heaven Sect was, as long as he didn't change his original intention, there would come a day when he could destroy the sect and prove himself. A large amount of purchased items were transported to Medicine King Palace, and various orders in Medicine King Palace gradually began to recover. Chu Xinghe's miserable days also began. As soon as the elder in Medicine King Palace was able to resume alchemy, he found Chu Xinghe. With a meaningful tone, he said to Chu Xinghe, "Xinghe, although you have inherited the legacy of the Medicine Saint, the path of alchemy is long and arduous. You too shall seek and explore. Only by not changing your original intention will you be able to prove yourself through medicine." Why does this sound so familiar? Then the elder personally taught Chu Xinghe various alchemy techniques. Although he no longer needed to distinguish the differences between moon shadow grass, moon soul grass, and moon viewing grass, alchemy itself was still a difficult task. Chu Xinghe swore that he hated alchemy the most in his life. Vermilion Bird must have heard his dislike for alchemy and passed on the inheritance to him as a form of revenge. It was trying to drive him crazy. But on the surface, Chu Xinghe still appeared to be a well-behaved child. He would follow the arrangements of the elder because Chu Xinghe knew that the gift he had prepared for the elder was about to arrive. On this day, under the guidance of the elder, Chu Xinghe was refining a 4th-grade pill called the Fire Spirit Pill. The inheritance of the Medicine Saint was truly heaven-defying. Even though Chu Xinghe didn't like it, in just a few days, he had successfully reached the realm of a 4th-grade alchemist from being a novice in the past. Now he could even compete with senior brother Feng Fei in alchemy. However, the elder was clearly not satisfied with Chu Xinghe's progress. After all, it was the inheritance of the Medicine Saint. According to reason, as long as Chu Xinghe mastered a 10th or a 12th of it, becoming a 9th-grade alchemy grandmaster would be a piece of cake. Surpassing him was also just a matter of time. Now the elder regarded Chu Xinghe as his own son. What father didn't hope for their child to succeed? The elder's greatest expectation now was for Chu Xinghe to surpass him immediately, so that he could hand over the entire Spirit Crane Palace to Chu Xinghe without hesitation. With the blessing of the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire, the pills in the pill furnace gradually took shape, and a fiery red fire spirit pill appeared in front of everyone. The group of alchemy senior brothers marveled at the fire spirit pill. After all, it was Chu Xinghe's first time refining a 4th-grade fire spirit pill, and he succeeded in one go. The inheritance of the Medicine Saint was truly dominant. But the elder's face was also full of dissatisfaction. "Xinghe, the pills to be refined in the inheritance of the Medicine Saint are not ordinary pills. You still have a long way to go. From now on, any pill you refine that is of ordinary grade will be considered a failure. Only when you reach the supreme grade will it be considered a success." Chu Xinghe almost spat blood, but he could only nod and accept it, and the group of senior brothers' eyes towards Chu Xinghe also changed. Truly worthy of being our junior brother Xinghe. For others, if their success rate in alchemy can reach 70%, they would be grateful. But since junior brother Xinghe started practicing alchemy, his success rate has always been 100%. However, now even 100% success rate is not enough. The requirement from the elder is that if it's not a supreme grade pill, it's considered a failure. I wonder if you can handle it. Alright, take a rest for now and come back later to refine other pills. Okay, Chu Xinghe helplessly said. Alchemy was too dull, and the only consolation was that he could absorb spiritual energy to enhance himself during the process. Therefore, although everyone in the Spirit Crane Palace practiced alchemy, even to the point of using it as a path to cultivation, their cultivation level was not inferior to other sects. While Chu Xinghe was resting, the elder began to attend to other matters. But at this moment, Feng Fei rushed in from outside and went straight to the elder's side. After glancing around, he leaned close to the elder's ear and whispered. What? The elder suddenly widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Seeing this expression, Chu Xinghe knew that he had succeeded. Everything went as Chu Xinghe had guessed. The vast Heaven Trading Company had arrived, and brought various goods listed on the inventory. Originally, this was a normal occurrence, but when 3 million Shenling grass plants were presented in front of Feng Fei, he was dumbfounded. Since when did the vast Heaven Sect want to buy 3 million Shenling grass plants? We, the vast Heaven Sect, may be wealthy, but we're not stupid, right? Are we crazy? Are we buying so much Shenling grass just to use it as a meadow? Feng Fei immediately started arguing with the fat Wei Deqian. But when Wei Deqian produced the inventory and contract, Feng Fei was instantly dumbfounded. The contract clearly stated that there was nothing wrong with 3 million Shenling grass plants. And most importantly, the signature on it was Junior Brother Xinghe, and Junior Brother Xinghe hadn't even used the Elder token, but directly used the Vast Heaven token. Feng Fei knew something was wrong and hurriedly came to inform the Elder. The Elder followed Feng Fei outside and snatched the contract from Wei Deqian's hand. After just one glance, he almost spat blood. Chu Xinghe's name was clearly written on it, and the imprint of the Vast Heaven token was absolutely correct. But the problem was these 3 million Shenling grass plants. Chu Xinghe also followed them out and saw the Elder's dumbfounded expression. His heart was filled with excitement. Could it be that the Elder, in a fit of anger, was going to strip him of his position as a direct disciple to show punishment? After all, he had caused the sect great trouble and losses. If he wasn't severely punished, it wouldn't be justified. The number of disciples from Spirit Crane Palace who came over has been increasing. When they heard that there was a mistake in the procurement and 3 million Shenling grass plants were purchased, they were all shocked. Elder, I am guilty. Feng Fei suddenly knelt in front of the Elder. Elder, I was entrusted with the procurement, but I handed it over to Xinghe Junior Brother who has never been involved in procurement. Now that there is a procurement mistake, I ask the Elder to punish me. Feng Fei bowed his head and knelt on the ground, his face full of bitterness. Chu Xinghe saw this and thought, you want to take credit for my work and take away my punishment. That won't do. Elder, this matter has nothing to do with Senior Brother Feng. It was my insistence to participate in this matter. The procurement mistake this time is entirely my fault. Senior Brother Feng has been working tirelessly for the construction of Medicine King Palace, and he hasn't had a proper rest for several days and nights. Moreover, this procurement was also my violation of the sect's rules without seeking the Elder's approval, which led to such consequences. Please punish me severely, Elder. Wei Deqian was dumbfounded. His mind was buzzing at this moment. He realized that there was a problem with the procurement, but he wasn't worried about Vast Heaven Sect defaulting on the payment. After all, Vast Heaven Sect had such a high status, and it would be too shameless for them to breach the contract. But what really confused Wei Deqian was that he had seen people trying to take credit, but this was the first time he had seen someone trying to take punishment. And severe punishment. What's the matter? Are you addicted to being punished? The Elder's face was full of helplessness as he looked at Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei kneeling on the ground. They were his most valued disciples, but such a mistake should not have happened. Feng Fei's case was still understandable. After all, he was also a person and could get tired. It was reasonable for him to ask for help. But in Chu Xinghe's case, it was not just about making a mistake in the procurement list. The most critical issue was that he used the Vast Heaven token without the permission of the Elder. This was a serious offense. Elder, Xinghe Junior Brother has only been with us for a short time and is not familiar with the rules of the sect. This time, it was also an unintentional mistake on his part. Please forgive Xinghe Junior Brother, Elder. Shen Chun knelt on the ground and pleaded for Chu Xinghe. Elder, although Xinghe Jr. brother is at fault, considering his young age, please forgive him, Elder. Xinghe Jr. brother is sincere and has never made a mistake since joining the sect. This time, it must have been unintentional. Please forgive him, Elder. Elder, Elder. All the disciples around knelt down, and even the disciples who arrived later knelt down together to plead for Chu Xinghe. This scene stunned Wei Deqian. To be honest, this was the first time Wei Deqian had seen such a young direct disciple of Vast Heaven Sect. He even suspected that this guy might be the elder's illegitimate child. But at this moment, Wei Deqian realized that he was too narrow-minded. It's not difficult for someone to have someone plead for them when they make a mistake. What's difficult is for someone to make a mistake and have everyone in Spirit Crane Palace kneel down and plead for them. This person must have a great reputation in Spirit Crane Palace. The news of the procurement mistake spread throughout the entire Spirit Crane Palace like wildfire. Whether they were ordinary disciples, elite disciples, or even core disciples, everyone rushed over. Every person who arrived immediately knelt down without hesitation to plead for Chu Xinghe. Wei Deqian's scalp tingled as he watched this scene. He found it hard to imagine how one person could make the entire Spirit Crane Palace come out to plead for him. Not only Wei Deqian, but even the elder in charge was shocked. But amidst the shock, he felt more joy. The elder in charge knew that Chu Xinghe was extremely popular in the Spirit Crane Palace. The senior disciples had gone to great lengths to help him with his spiritual tomb visit before. But it was only now, witnessing this scene, that the elder in charge realized he had underestimated Chu Xinghe. Easy to share wealth, difficult to share hardships. If Chu Xinghe had received a reward today and everyone came to congratulate him, the elder in charge wouldn't have had any problems. But today, Chu Xinghe made a big mistake. In his anger, these children should know his temper. In the past, he had punished all those who pleaded for mercy. Get up, all of you. Anyone else who dares to plead for mercy will be punished as well. The elder in charge shouted sternly. But at this moment, not a single person stood up. Everyone remained kneeling in place, motionless. This scene truly shocked the elder in charge, but he felt more relieved in his heart. When he shouted those words just now, he wanted to see if, faced with his punishment, these people would turn and leave out of fear, or if they would truly do everything to defend their junior brother Xinghe. Now the elder in charge had his answer. This kid, Chu Xinghe. Since the establishment of the Vast Heaven Sect, since the creation of the Spirit Crane Palace, there had never been a person with such charm, who in such a short time made the entire Spirit Crane Palace willingly accept punishment for him. But upon careful consideration, the elder in charge understood that Chu Xinghe hadn't done anything. He simply remained true to himself, showing utmost humility to every senior brother. He eagerly took on any difficult or tiring tasks. From elite disciples to core disciples, and even his own personal disciples who were on the verge of becoming the sect master's personal disciples, if it were someone else, wouldn't they be arrogant at the 9th layer of heaven? But not Chu Xinghe. He was still the exceptional junior brother in everyone's eyes. He never changed his attitude towards his senior brothers because of his own status. Even if he encountered the most ordinary disciple of the Spirit Crane Palace, Chu Xinghe would respectfully greet them and address them as senior brother. Whoever sought Chu Xinghe's help, he always responded without hesitation. He would do what others were unwilling to do, and he wasn't afraid of hard work. This Chu Xinghe has invisibly influenced the entire Spirit Crane Palace, and no matter who in the Spirit Crane Palace makes a mistake, others dare not intercede, but Chu Xinghe does. Even when he was most angry, he once said that if anyone dared to intercede again, he would kick them out of the Vast Heaven Sect. But the elder still remembers Chu Xinghe's determined gaze and words. Elder, if expelling me from the sect can calm your anger, then please expel me from the sect. Although senior brother is at fault, an unintentional mistake should not be punished like this. If the elder wants to punish someone, punish me. Please spare my senior brother. These were Chu Xinghe's words. Since Chu Xinghe entered the Spirit Crane Palace, whenever there was a mistake made by a senior brother, there would be scenes of Chu Xinghe interceding and offering to take the punishment instead. Once, twice, every time. The elder couldn't remember how many times, but the elder knew that in the Spirit Crane Palace, junior brother Xinghe was on everyone's lips every day. Even in private, he had never heard anyone speak ill of Chu Xinghe. The elders of the Spirit Crane Palace also rushed over from all directions, and when they saw the scene, their faces were filled with shock. But soon the elders spoke up. Elder, no one is perfect, you know Xinghei's character the best. This is the first time he has handled such a matter, making a mistake is inevitable. Not to mention Xinghei, even when we were young, didn't we make mistakes? Yes, Elder, using the vast heaven token is indeed a transgression, but since the sect master entrusted the vast heaven token to Xinghei, he didn't say it couldn't be used. That's right, the sect master didn't say it couldn't be used. Speaking of which, Xinghei using the vast heaven token is not a crime. Elder, you have been busy these days and must have been unable to be found at that time. This child doesn't understand the rules, so this happened. Wei Deqian, did Xinghei mention that you were busy at that time? An elder stared at Wei Deqian. Ah, yes. I remember Xinghei desperately searching for you, Elder, but couldn't find you. He was afraid of delaying the procurement time, so he had no choice but to use the vast heaven token. It's also my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to junior brother Xinghei, so it's not junior brother Xinghei's intention to do so. Wei Deqian is purely talking nonsense. But at this moment, if Wei Deqian had even one functioning brain cell left, he would know what he could say and what he couldn't say. If he were to explain the situation truthfully, these people from the Spirit Crane Palace would definitely tear him apart. Don't be fooled by my weight of over 300 caddies, it's not enough for each of them to take a bite. For someone who can make the entire Spirit Crane Palace intercede for him, do you dare to speak ill of him? The elder looked at Wei Deqian, and obviously, the elder was extremely satisfied with Wei Deqian's answer. The whole audience was very satisfied, except for Chu Xinghei. You fat, what the hell are you talking about? Is that really what I did at the time? Chu Xinghei wanted to jump up and give this fat guy a big slap, but he couldn't do that. The scene of so many senior brothers and elders pleading for him today was also a huge shock to Chu Xinghei. People have things they should and shouldn't do. With so many senior brothers and elders pleading for him, he couldn't say another word. Chu Xinghei, I'm here. Using the Vast Heaven token without authorization in the Vast Heaven sect is a serious crime. However, considering that you have only recently joined and are not familiar enough with the rules, it can be forgiven. But mistakes must be punished. Are you willing to accept it? Rewards must be given for achievements, and punishments must be given for mistakes. I am willing to accept any punishment. Please, Elder, bestow your punishment. Chu Xinghei was excited in his heart. Finally, I'm going to be punished. Good. This procurement mistake was also Feng Fei's responsibility. Feng Fei will be penalized with half a year's worth of resources. Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. Feng Fei expressed his gratitude. After all, this punishment, in charge of the pill-making Spirit Crane Palace, it was just a formality. Chu Xinghei, for using the Vast Heaven token without authorization, considering the circumstances, you will be confined to the Medicine King Palace for 3 months. During this period, you are only allowed to refine pills and cannot step out of the Medicine King Palace. The Vast Heaven token will be taken back by the sect. I will report this matter to the sect master. Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. Countless senior brothers and elders expressed their gratitude to the elder, and finally, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Confined in the Medicine King Palace for 3 months. This punishment is nothing at all. Xinghei junior brother can just focus on cultivating in the Medicine King Palace for 3 months. Besides, if he needs anything, his senior brothers can still provide it for him. Everyone was smiling, but Chu Xinghei was crying. Is that it, Elder? Couldn't you at least strip me of my status as a direct disciple? Losing the status of a direct disciple would directly promote me to 5th grade. What does being confined mean? But now, Chu Xinghei had no choice. 3 months of confinement was just 3 months of confinement. It was better than nothing. At the same time the elder's words fell, Chu Xinghei felt a shock in his head, and the next second, the compass of misfortune hidden in his mind started to turn for the first time. The pointer quickly stopped at the punishment of 3 months of confinement, indicating that his mission was completed, and the reward appeared before Chu Xinghei's eyes. As a result of the 3 months of confinement, the reward was the peak cultivation of a 2nd-grade martial master. Chu Xinghei felt an invisible force released from the compass, and his spiritual power suddenly surged. He had just broken through to the initial stage of the second grade, and now he directly reached the peak of a second grade martial master. Awesome. Although it's a small gain, it's still meat. Finally, I see hope. Elder Dazong took Vast Heaven's token and left Spirit Crane Palace. This matter is too significant and must be reported to the sect master. Many senior brothers came to comfort Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, it's senior brother Feng's fault. I shouldn't have done that to your good intentions. Feng Fei blamed himself. Senior brother Feng, you're wrong. It's my fault for not being careful, which led to this result. Senior brother, you're also being punished because of me. Junior brother Xinghe, senior brother Feng's punishment is nothing. Other places don't have the resources for pills like Spirit Crane Palace does. So, junior brother, you don't need to blame yourself. That's right, last time I made a mistake, and if it weren't for junior brother Xinghe, I would probably have been expelled from Spirit Crane Palace. And me, junior brother Xinghe, you've always been so righteous to your senior brothers. We won't just stand by and watch you be punished. That's right, junior brother Xinghe, don't worry. 3 months will pass quickly. Just focus on cultivating in Medicine King Palace. If you need anything, just say the word, and we'll get it for you. Thank you, senior brothers. Chu Xinghe was truly moved at this moment. Many elders also came to comfort Chu Xinghe, mainly reminding him not to have any complaints about the punishment from Elder Dazong. Elder Dazong's character is such that he loves deeply and holds you accountable. Hold you accountable. Chu Xinghe felt like spitting. Is this considered punishment? The punishment I wanted was not like this at all. Elder Dazong personally entered Vast Heaven Palace and returned the Vast Heaven's token. The sect master was also shocked when he heard about the situation at that time. It's not difficult for a disciple to have a group of people pleading for him, but for a disciple to make Spirit Crane Palace plead, it's simply unbelievable. Regarding Elder Dazong's punishment, the sect master only said that he understood and reminded Elder Dazong to keep an eye on that stinky kid Chu Xinghe, not only in learning alchemy but also in cultivating the Vast Heaven's battle intent. Hearing this, Elder Dazong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed this test set by the sect master. After all, Elder Dazong himself knew that his punishment was nothing. Whether the sect master would be dissatisfied or not, the fact that the sect master said so indicated that he was very satisfied with his actions. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Vast Heaven sect. Chu Xinghe's fault and the incident of all the disciples of Spirit Crane Palace kneeling and pleading shocked many people. I'm telling you, if I were there, I would definitely plead for junior brother Xinghe. Wan Lin, who is now an elite disciple of Chu Lin Palace, said. Regardless of what other senior sisters and junior sisters of Chu Lin Palace thought, she would definitely support Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe is the most righteous person I've ever met. There's no doubt about his treatment of fellow disciples. I may not be good with words, but if junior brother Xinghe is in trouble, I, Wan Lin, will definitely risk my life to help. Wan Lin has become Chu Xinghe's little fangirl without realizing it. Wan Lin has become a little fan of Chu Xinghe. And in the Vast Heaven sect, there is more than just Wan Lin as a little fan. Those who followed Chu Xinghe and obtained spiritual weapons can definitely give a thumbs up to Chu Xinghe's character. Senior brother Xinghe is the best person I have ever seen. I admire only senior brother Xinghe in my entire life. At the beginning, in the spirit tomb, I even suspected whether senior brother Xinghe was tricking us. Even now, thinking about this matter keeps me awake at night. I am so narrow-minded to have such thoughts about senior brother Xinghe. A 3-month confinement is too severe as a punishment for senior brother Xinghe. Can't it just be 3 days? Countless people were speechless when they heard that the 3-month confinement was too severe. Do you guys know what mistake Chu Xinghe made? He bought 3 million Shenling grass, and although our Vast Heaven sect is wealthy, it's not to the point of breaking our bones. But 3 million plants, that price could bankrupt a small country. And that's not all, he also used the Vast Heaven token without permission. The Vast Heaven token is something only the sect master can use. Unless the sect master is absent, no one else has the qualification to use it. This is a major violation. It's not an exaggeration to say that if it were someone else, they would have been executed on the spot. Even for core disciples, being expelled from the sect is not impossible. But what about Chu Xinghe? 3 months of confinement, and in the Medicine King Palace. Is that even considered confinement? Why don't you say that being confined in the vast heaven sect is also considered? He was originally a disciple of the Spirit Crane Palace, and in the newly built Medicine King Palace, he sleeps in 100 rooms every day. He can't even finish 1/10 of them in 3 months. Is such a large place considered confinement? Regardless, Chu Xinghe's punishment is truly convincing. Using the vast heaven token without permission and being punished with 3 months of confinement, this is the first time in the history of the vast heaven sect. But you still can't be jealous. All the disciples of the Spirit Crane Palace kneel and beg, and all the elders of the Spirit Crane Palace come forward to plead for Chu Xinghe. Is it a matter of jealousy? Even disciples from outside the Spirit Crane Palace have many people standing up to support Chu Xinghe. Even when the matter was reported, the sect master only acknowledged it and showed no intention of further investigation. So this result is set in stone. But when this news reached the outer sect, Chu Cheng vomited 2 ounces of blood. Chu Xinghe is just a treacherous thief, he is inconsistent, he is extremely despicable in his heart. You have all been deceived by his appearance, you have all been deceived. Chu Cheng shouted all day, but who would care, right? In the Medicine King Palace, the Grand Elder continued to teach Chu Xinghe as usual, helping him grasp the inheritance of the Medicine Saint faster. The Grand Elder didn't mention the previous incident, as if it had never happened, but he secretly observed Chu Xinghe, worried that this punishment would affect him. But soon, the Grand Elder was relieved. Because when faced with things he said or did wrong, Chu Xinghe still confronted him head-on. Even if he said he would punish him, he still didn't back down. When other senior brothers made mistakes, he also stepped forward to plead, not afraid of punishment at all. Seeing this, the Grand Elder sighed, truly blessed by vast heaven. This child is sincere in nature and has not been affected by this punishment. It shows that he recognizes his mistakes from the bottom of his heart and willingly accepts the punishment without any resentment. This child, it's not in vain that everyone pleaded for him like this. And with this punishment, the Grand Elder can also teach Chu Xinghe well and help him better grasp knowledge. In the morning, practicing the vast heaven battle intent, the Grand Elder personally supervised. In the afternoon, studying the integration of alchemy knowledge, the Grand Elder personally explained. This is the treatment only his own son receives. Daxing Trading Company, Wei Deqian, who had just returned from delivering goods, still couldn't forget everything that happened in the Spirit Crane Palace. Wei Deqian didn't know who Chu Xinghe was, but he knew that this was a person he couldn't afford to provoke in his lifetime. Someone who could make the entire Spirit Crane Palace plead for him, if he provoked him. Do you believe that when the Spirit Crane Palace kills for him, they will be even more ruthless than when they pleaded for him? Wei Deqian wrote Chu Xinghe's name in a small notebook and instructed all the shopkeepers under him, if there is someone named Chu Xinghe from the vast heaven sect, don't provoke him. Whoever provokes him can go home and hang themselves, don't involve the Daxing Trading Company. After instructing everything, Wei Deqian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he put down the matter of Chu Xinghe, a servant came to report. Master, Elder Ma from the Star Moon sect has arrived. Ah, quickly bring Elder Ma to the VIP room. He has already been taken there, just waiting for you to arrive. All right, let's go quickly. Wei Deqian quickly got up. The Star Moon sect was also someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The Star Moon sect is one of the top 10 sects in the world. Although it is not as good as the Vast Heaven sect, it is still a formidable force. They are the kind of people who can easily destroy the prosperous Chamber of Commerce with just a flick of their finger. Normally, such a formidable force would ask others to come and serve them. Why did the elder come personally today? When he arrived at the VIP room, Wei Deqian repeatedly apologized to Elder Ma for not being able to welcome him from afar. Elder Ma sat in his chair and casually glanced at Wei Deqian before waving his hand, indicating for him to sit down and speak. Wei Deqian, business seems to be booming lately. Vast Heaven sect has been purchasing a lot from you, Elder Ma teased Wei Deqian while stroking his small beard. Elder Ma, you're joking. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce is just a servant to serve the big sects. We can only earn a little thanks to the generosity of esteemed individuals like Elder Ma. I, Wei Deqian, am nothing without your favor, Wei Deqian replied. Ha ha ha. Wei Fatty, you have quite the mouth. Elder Ma laughed heartily after just a few words. Elder Ma, if you have come here this time, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. Just tell me, and I will serve you, Wei Deqian said. Our Star Moon Sect wants to purchase a batch of medicinal materials. Here is the list. Prepare to deliver it to the Star Moon Sect. The price should be the same as Vast Heaven Sects. I won't ask any more questions, Elder Ma said. Ah, Elder Ma, rest assured, I will make sure the medicinal materials are of the same quality. Wei Deqian was about to say that he would deliver them, but he was stunned when he saw the items on the list. Elder Ma, please take a look at this list. The Shenling grass. Wei Deqian handed the list to Elder Ma. Unfortunately, he couldn't help it because everything else on the list was normal, except for the 50,000 Shenling grass. What the hell was that? Are all the big sects making the same mistake? Vast Heaven Sect made a mistake in purchasing Shenling grass, and now Star Moon Sect has made the same mistake. No need, the quantity of Shenling grass is correct. Just prepare according to the list. Elder Ma waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to look at it anymore. But when Wei Deqian heard Elder Ma's words, he burst into tears. Elder Ma, I can handle everything else, but the Shenling grass, we really don't have any. No Shenling grass. Your prosperous Chamber of Commerce can't even get Shenling grass. Although 50,000 is a lot, it shouldn't be impossible to get. Elder Ma frowned. Was this Wei Fatty useless? Tears streamed down Wei Deqian's face. Elder Ma, you don't know. It used to be easy for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to get 50,000 Shenling grass, but a few days ago, Vast Heaven Sect purchased 3 million Shenling grass all at once. Almost all the Shenling grass available on the market is now monopolized by Vast Heaven Sect. All the Shenling grass is in Vast Heaven Sect. What? Elder Ma's face changed drastically when he heard this. How much can you get now? He asked. To be honest, I can't even get 5,000. Wei Deqian replied. Elder Ma was dumbfounded. He glanced at Wei Deqian. This fatty definitely didn't have the guts to joke with him like this. So, there was only one possibility. Vast Heaven Sect must have found out about this. It is possible, given the level of information flow in the Vast Heaven Sect, they must have already known, and they took the initiative to buy all the Shenling grass, which is cutting off the Star Moon Sect's retreat. Elder Ma left the Daxing Chamber of Commerce with a heavy heart. After all, he had to report this matter to the sect immediately. Wei Deqian, feeling frightened, saw off Elder Ma and just sat down to catch his breath when his subordinates came in. Master, Elder Shang from the Dongyu Pavilion is here. Ah, Wei Deqian was dumbfounded. What's happening today? Are all these big shots crazy? But Wei Deqian quickly rushed to the VIP room and flattered Elder Shang, and after a round of flattery, Elder Shang also presented a purchase order. With just one glance, Wei Deqian was dumbfounded. The purchase order still included Shenling grass, and it was still a large quantity of 500,000 plants. Is there something strange happening today? The Shenling grass that couldn't be sold before has now become something that everyone is fighting over. What's the deal? Are you guys buying it to make grass shoes? Wei Deqian answered Elder Shang from the Dongyu Pavilion in the same way, and this person also had a shocked expression before leaving with a heavy heart. What on earth is happening? Wei Deqian was curious, but he didn't dare to inquire. Does a small Daxing Chamber of Commerce have the qualifications to inquire about the affairs of the 10 great sects? Are they tired of living? But just as Wei Deqian breathed a sigh of relief, another task came. Master, Elder Shu from the Beiming City is here. The VIP room, right. Wei Deqian walked into the VIP room with a numb face, but the moment he entered, his face filled with smiles again. Flattery was the usual opening, followed by a familiar list. Familiar Shenling grass, familiar answers, familiar heavy-heartedness. This time, Wei Deqian also became heavy-hearted. Is there something special about making grass shoes with Shenling grass? Or does eating the breaking stone pill make you immortal? Otherwise, why are all the 10 great sects going crazy? Chu Xinghe from the Medicine King Palace was also heavy-hearted. This doesn't make sense. I caused such a big loss to the sect by buying Shenling grass, why didn't I receive a reward from the Compass of Misfortune? Chu Xinghe realized that according to the routine, he should receive a reward for causing harm to the sect, but why didn't he receive one for causing damage? Chu Xinghe pondered over this question for several days, and the only explanation he came up with was, although he bought too much Shenling grass, the price of that thing was still there. Although it was piled up in the Medicine King Palace's warehouse, it could be considered a fixed asset. The compass of misfortune's calculation of losses is not just about buying the wrong thing, but it must be a loss, even if it means buying a pile of useless things with something useful. As long as the value remains the same, it is not considered a loss. With this calculation, Chu Xinghe understood that if he wanted the sect to suffer losses, the path of purchasing was not feasible. He had to do something practical. Medicine King Palace. The Elder-in-Chief has formulated a daily confinement plan for Chu Xinghe. In the morning, Chu Xinghe practices the vast heaven battle intent and familiarizes himself with the vast heaven sword sheath. The elders of Medicine King Palace take turns to teach Chu Xinghe, which is painful but visibly enhances his combat power. However, Chu Xinghe has only been able to use one flying locust sword so far with the vast heaven sword sheath. He hasn't been able to use the other divine swords, probably because his cultivation level hasn't reached that point yet. The afternoon is painful. The Elder-in-Chief personally teaches Chu Xinghe the art of refining medicine. Although there is the inheritance of the medicine saint, guidance is still needed to digest the inheritance. The Elder-in-Chief's way of guidance is very simple and rough: practice. He practices medicine with all his might. It turns out that the Elder-in-Chief's methods are truly effective. When Chu Xinghe successfully refines a 4th-grade pill and a supreme-grade blood spirit pill for the first time, the Elder-in-Chief finally smiles. At the same time, Chu Xinghe has indeed grasped some essence. From then on, when refining blood spirit pills, as long as he doesn't partition the spirit, he can often directly refine supreme-grade pills. This is what the inheritance of the medicine saint should be like. The Elder-in-Chief looks at the supreme-grade pills produced by Chu Xinghe with a smiling face. However, it's not just Chu Xinghe who is suffering in Medicine King Palace. Feng Fei has also been extremely troubled these days. Although no one blames him for the 3 million Shenling grass, Feng Fei still feels guilty. So these days, he has been pondering how to deal with these 3 million Shenling grass. Vast Heaven Sect also has its own trading caravan, and Feng Fei has also approached the Vast Heaven Sect's caravan. However, when they heard that he wanted to sell 3 million Shenling grass, the caravan's manager was almost scared to death. It's not an exaggeration to say that the demand for Shenling grass in the outside world is almost non-existent. Let alone 3 million, even selling 30,000 plants a year would require deceit and trickery. So apart from being stored in the newly built medicinal material warehouse in Medicine King Palace, these 3 million Shenling grass have no use at all. Feng Fei also talked to the Elder-in-Chief about it, and the Elder-in-Chief's suggestion was for Feng Fei to handle it himself. Feng Fei grits his teeth and decides to lower the price and sell them. Although it means losing some money, at least he can get rid of them. Feng Fei is extremely troubled by the Shenling grass situation. On this day, while the Elder-in-Chief is instructing Chu Xinghe in medicine refining, a disciple enters the room. The Elder-in-Chief looks up at the disciple who entered. It's Shen Chun. Elder-in-Chief, Elder Ma from the Star Moon Sect, Elder Shangguan from the East Moon Pavilion, and Elder Shu from the Baiming City have all arrived together. What? The Elder-in-Chief is momentarily stunned upon hearing about these 3 sects. Vast Heaven Sect sits firmly at the top of the 10 great sects in the world, but there are still 9 extremely powerful sects beneath it, and these 3 are among them. Although there is occasional interaction between the 10 great sects, it is indeed rare for the elders of these 3 sects to appear together at Vast Heaven Sect. The Elder-in-Chief knows that they wouldn't appear together unless there is something important. After glancing at Chu Xinghe, who is resting, the Elder-in-Chief speaks, "Don't pretend to be dead. Come with me to meet the elders of these 3 sects. Also, Shen Chun, inform Feng Fei to go and entertain the 3 esteemed guests first. I will join him later." Shen Chun takes the order and leaves, while Chu Xinghe quickly gets up. As long as I'm not refining medicine, anything is fine. With the arrival of the elders from the 3 sects, the Elder-in-Chief also doesn't dare to be negligent. He changes into his purple gold thunder patterned robe, which represents his identity as the Elder-in-Chief. Chu Xinghe also changed into his own disciple's attire, with a black disciple's robe adorned with gold borders and cloud patterns throughout. In addition to this, the disciples' attire of the direct disciples would also have some star patterns embellished on them, making them look extremely luxurious. Following the Grand Elder, they arrived at the largest VIP room in the Medicine King Palace. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 old men pointing at the newly built Medicine King Palace and praising it. "Elders, I apologize for keeping you waiting," the Grand Elder said with a smile as he entered. "Grand Elder, we were just talking about this Medicine King Palace. This newly built Medicine King Palace is truly magnificent," Elder Shangguan, who was also a master alchemist, exclaimed. "However, their Dongyu Pavilion could never have such a huge and luxurious place for alchemy like the Medicine King Palace. Vast Heaven Sect truly lives up to its name. This Medicine King Palace is truly a grand gesture," Elder Shu also chimed in politely. "Compared to this Medicine King Palace, I am more interested in seeing the disciple who has inherited the legacy of the Medicine Saint. I believe it must be the one behind the Grand Elder." Elder Ma locked his gaze on Chu Xinghe. The news of the Medicine Saint's inheritance could not be concealed. Various parties had already received the news, but the specifics were not yet known. Now, with Elder Ma speaking up, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Xinghe. "Young disciple Chu Xinghe, I greet the elders." Chu Xinghe stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the 3 elders. "Good child, no need for formalities. Oh, look at me, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything." The 3 elders laughed heartily, but their eyes scanned Chu Xinghe up and down, as if they wanted to remember every strand of his hair. The Grand Elder invited the 3 elders to take a seat, while Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei helped serve tea and water, and then stood behind the Grand Elder. After a series of empty pleasantries, Elder Ma got straight to the point. "Grand Elder, we have come with a request this time." "Elder Ma, you are being too polite. The 10 major sects are united, so there is no need for requests. If Elder Ma needs any help from our Vast Heaven Sect, as long as Vast Heaven Sect can assist, we will not hesitate," the Grand Elder replied. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, Elder Ma remained unmoved. "No hesitation. I don't believe you, but on the surface, I still want to express my gratitude," Elder Ma said with a grateful expression. "Our Star Moon Sect wants to purchase 500,000 spirit ginseng from Vast Heaven Sect." As soon as Elder Ma said this, the Grand Elder clearly paused for a moment. "What is this? They want to buy 500,000 spirit ginseng? Has Elder Ma had too much to drink?" But before the Grand Elder could figure out what was going on, the other 2 elders also spoke up, and their requests were exactly the same as Elder Ma's. They also wanted to buy 500,000 spirit ginseng. Each of the 3 sects wanted to buy 500,000, adding up to a total of 1.5 million spirit ginseng. When Chu Xinghe heard this, even he was dumbfounded. "Is this a joke? What do you mean by fighting over this worthless spirit ginseng?" But Feng Fei, who had been worried about how to deal with the 3 million spirit ginseng these past few days, was now excited. Selling 1.5 million of them in one go, although half of them would still be left, it was still a great thing. Feng Fei looked at the Grand Elder with excitement, as if saying, "Quickly agree to them, sell it to them." But just as Feng Fei was getting excited, the Grand Elder spoke up, "You 3 are joking. Vast Heaven Sect doesn't even have that many spirit ginseng when you add up the entire sect. So, I'm afraid you 3 will have made this trip in vain." Feng Fei was dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe was also stunned. The Grand Elder was troubled yesterday because of the spirit ginseng, so why is he not selling it now that someone wants to buy it? There's a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy here. The refusal of the Grand Elder was unexpected by everyone. Even though Vast Heaven Sect wanted to handle the 3 million Shenling grass, why did the 3 families come to buy it and receive such a response from the Grand Elder? Feng Fei was so anxious that he was about to jump up. But Chu Xinghe quickly understood. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. 3 elders from the top 10 sects appearing at the same time, and all of them wanting Shenling grass. This is obviously not right. Under normal circumstances, there's no need for them to personally come forward to buy Shenling grass. It could easily be handled by sending a disciple to communicate with Feng Fei. Although the amount is huge, it doesn't require the elders to come in person, right? "Elder, we have already been to Daxing Chamber of Commerce." Elder Ma seemed to have anticipated the Grand Elder's response and spoke directly. Oh, when did Wei Fatty learn to talk nonsense? Feng Fei, arrange for someone to teach Wei Fatty a lesson tomorrow. Yes, Feng Fei complied. The Grand Elder leisurely drank his tea, as if saying, say whatever you want, I won't acknowledge it. Finally, Elder Shang Guan, who had the most impatient temper, couldn't help it. Elder, we are all sensible people. Let's not pretend to be ignorant. We discovered the spirit cave together, and Vast Heaven Sect should also know that the cave is filled with petrifying insects. Without the stone-breaking pills, disciples cannot enter. But Vast Heaven Sect has cut off our retreat in such a way, isn't it going too far? When Elder Shang Guan said this, Elder Ma and Elder Shu also nodded. But the Grand Elder was stunned. What the hell, spirit cave? Chu Xinghe was also dumbfounded. He never thought of anything other than buying Shenling grass. He just wanted to trick Vast Heaven Sect, but who could have imagined that he didn't trick Vast Heaven Sect, but instead tricked these three families? The three families had recently discovered a spirit cave together, but after exploring it, they found that the cave was filled with small bugs that could petrify people. To enter, a large number of stone-breaking pills must be prepared. The three families agreed to prepare their own stone-breaking pills, but they never expected that when they went to buy Shenling grass, they found that Vast Heaven Sect had taken all of it. The first reaction of the three families was that the news had leaked, and Vast Heaven Sect must also know about the spirit cave. They used this method to force the three families, which is why the three elders went up the mountain together. Now that things have come to this point, everyone spoke frankly. The intention of these three families is clear. Since Vast Heaven Sect already knows, we won't be coy anymore. Let's split the quota for the spirit cave among the four families. Half. The Grand Elder put down his teacup and spoke. Elder, isn't that going too far? There are only 300 spots in the spirit cave. It's impossible for Vast Heaven Sect to take half. Elder Shang Guan was so angry that he wanted to smash the teacup. The atmosphere became tense, but in the end, Elder Ma sighed and said, 100. Vast Heaven Sect can have 100 spots in the spirit cave. This is our limit. If Vast Heaven Sect still doesn't agree, then we will have to go to Martial Emperor City. I believe that with the foundation of Martial Emperor City, we can still prepare these Shenling grass. Deal. The Grand Elder didn't hesitate for a moment. After completing this transaction, the Grand Elder also obtained various information about the spirit cave from these three people. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, why bother buying when we can give it away? We, the top 10 sects, should stand together. And not only will we deliver, but we will also help you refine the broken stone pill and hand it over to you together. The elders of the three sects were furious at the way the elder in charge packaged everything. 150,000 Shenling grass is worth so little. And as for the so-called help with refining, is that really helping? It's just that you're afraid that our three sects will back out on Vast Heaven Sect. As long as the broken stone pill remains in the hands of Vast Heaven Sect, the three sects will never be able to leave Vast Heaven Sect behind. The elder in charge smiled and sent the elders of the three sects out of the Vast Heaven Sect's gate. After confirming that the three of them had left, the elder in charge burst into laughter. Spirit Cave. The elder in charge never dreamed that Chu Xinghe's careless actions would accidentally put a chokehold on the three sects and bring news of the spirit cave to Vast Heaven Sect. The so-called spirit cave is a place that is born after absorbing the essence of heaven and earth in some ancient ruins. The spirit cave is most suitable for disciples who have just reached the martial Grand Master realm. With the spiritual liquid in the spirit cave, these disciples can cleanse their marrow and bones, undergoing a rebirth. Spirit caves are extremely rare, and any sect that discovers one will treat it as a top secret. This time, the three sects discovered the spirit cave, and even Vast Heaven Sect's intelligence network didn't receive any news. But things don't always go as planned. Who could have imagined that Chu Xinghe's mistake in the purchase order would directly ruin all the plans of the three sects by buying 3 million Shenling grass? The three sects had no idea that Vast Heaven Sect accidentally purchased the Shenling grass. After all, no one could have expected such an accident from the mighty Vast Heaven Sect. But this accident brought unimaginable benefits to Vast Heaven Sect. The elder in charge immediately reported the news to the sect master. After listening to the elder in charge, Ji Yumingzhao was stunned for a moment. Chu Xinghei's purchase of 3 million shenling grass was originally a huge mistake, but now, this mistake has become a great opportunity for Vast Heaven Sect. Regarding this, Ji Yu Mingzhao could only say that it must be fate. Then the elder in charge informed the various palaces about the spirit cave. When the news came out, the palaces were all shocked. First of all, the elders of the palaces. This time, the 100 spots would be distributed among the palaces, which means that each palace would benefit from it. After their disciples undergo marrow cleansing, their future cultivation path would be smoother. This is a great opportunity. The elders of the palaces couldn't help but laugh and cry when they heard that all of this happened because Chu Xinghei accidentally bought 3 million shenling grass. And the disciples of the palaces were also extremely excited when they heard the news. Although only 100 people could go to the spirit cave for marrow cleansing, for the 3,000 new disciples of Vast Heaven Sect, most of them didn't even have a chance to compete for the spots. But don't forget, even after the marrow cleansing is diluted, the spiritual liquid from the spirit cave can still be brought back. By using the remaining spiritual energy and refining techniques, it can be made into marrow cleansing pills. Although it's not as effective as direct marrow cleansing, it is still a rare treasure. So Chu Xinghei's unintentional act not only brought 100 spots for marrow cleansing in the spirit cave but also allowed all the new disciples to receive a marrow cleansing pill. For a while, the entire Vast Heaven Sect was filled with joy and celebration. But in this joyful atmosphere, Chu Xinghei couldn't help but laugh and cry. I'm really in a difficult situation. I just wanted to cause some loss to the sect by buying 3 million shenling grass. Now there's no loss, and I accidentally discovered a spirit cave. The only thing that made Chu Xinghei somewhat relieved was that because of the spirit cave incident, his confinement was lifted ahead of time. Moreover, at the suggestion of the elder in charge, Chu Xinghei became the leader among the 100 people. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.